Ubisoft.
Hello and welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. It's been a while since we did a live stream. Want to get back down on that CCC. I have no idea how much more we have left of the game. Give me your best ara ara. Ara ara. Or you could go more feminine. Ara ara. Alright, let's see here. Yep, I don't know. We just finished off Meltrilis's boss fight and all that. I can't remember if they told us to come home or go further into the dungeon. I think they wanted us to go down.
Whee!
Yep. Yeah, why not? Why not? How you guys doing today? Floor 19, Central Region. I felt an intense light for an instant. I reopened my eyes to find darkness all around me. Bae is fantastic. Her English voice actress is kind of weird, but her character design is phenomenal. It's been raining, huh? Stupidly windy. Yeah. We've been having some crazy wind where I live, and it always happens around recycling day. So I can't put out, like, the recycling bins, or they're just gonna get knocked over and all our recycling just blows away. It's that bad. It's absolutely crazy. I reopened my eyes to find darkness all around me. This is the end of the far side of the moon cell's central region. Have you guys heard that they're doing collaboration in FGO with Mahotsukai no Yoru? That should be really cool. I'm hoping that it means we get Magic Blue outfit for Aoko as some kind of pseudo servant. Did I manage to get her? I sure did. I got her on my first 10 roll, which is crazy. Then I did another 10 roll, and I got a second one. And what's nice about Nikke, as opposed to FGO, is if you roll a whole bunch during a banner and you don't get what you want, or even if you do get what you want, it contributes toward a fund where you can exchange a certain number of points from paid rolls, or not paid rolls, but legitimate roles in the gacha, not friend point ones, that they contribute to you being able to just buy a character outright if you didn't get them. So I usually, I go ahead and roll anyway, but just as a backup, I also have like 200 of those tickets ready, just so if I want to buy them, I can. And that's extremely lenient. I've been able to get a lot of characters I would not have actually gotten otherwise. Hello! Doesn't FGO do that only if you keep summoning the same 5-star after NP5? Correct. Which is insane. The odds of you actually getting that many 5-stars at MP5 is so really silly. Nope. And so, in this case, I don't necessarily have any interest to go for, like, 5 of the same character, or in Nikke's case, I guess 4? I think it's 4 of the same character, to max level them. Technically, you can keep powering them up no matter how many you get, but you get a special bonus after, like, 3. And, shoot, what was I trying to say? It's you get a bonus after like 3 of them, but you're still incentivized to keep rolling. Like, I felt like, okay, I already got Bay, but I don't feel like I'm hurting myself if I just keep rolling for more bays, because if I don't get all those bays, or even if I do, I'm still racking up those pity tickets. It looks like they're just giving us Poli's cheerleader skin, which is cool also. That's very nice of them. There's a VR game you think you might be interested in. It's called Head Collector. That sounds weird. I don't know what Battle Talent is. You can import your Vroid into it, though, huh? Well, that sounds cool. Ask me whatever, I guess. It's dark and cold, but I'm not scared. I feel lukewarm. I hear the echo of creaking that reminds me of a heartbeat. This isn't like the end of the labyrinth that we've seen many times before. This place has a similar structure to the labyrinth, but it's not the Sakura labyrinth. It's a road to the moon cell's core, made of labyrinth parts. Dude, Nikkei is way better than FGO. I'm sorry. As much as I love Fate, that game is really dated, and the story is getting stretched mega thin. I like how from this angle you can't tell she's wearing a sling around her chest. Have you seen Gushing Over Magical Girls? Not yet. Not yet. We run through the empty space. This space makes you feel like you're going nowhere, but I have a hunch that there's definitely an exit ahead of us. Like, I love Fate stuff, it's just FGO specifically as a game is kind of dragging on. Yes, she wrestled a lion naked. I never thought she'd have an issue with that outfit, although she seems to get embarrassed around you when you get embarrassed around her. Yeah, FGO's story is decent, except for a lot of the goofy-ass events, which I just don't think are that funny or that interesting. They're, like, overly reliant on inside jokes and way too much dialogue per actual thing that happens in the story. They have to spend, like, an hour talking about every little thing that happens. It's kind of like maybe just a problem of Nasu's writing, but it's also his other teammates that are writing for him. Just a little further. If we can get out of this darkness, we'll reach our destination. As soon as I had that thought, it appeared. What about Nikkei's events? They're fun. They're fun, they're bite-sized, yet they actually, like, they tell a decent enough story in a short amount of time. Well, yeah, FGO, it's interesting, because, yeah, when they actually have main storyline chapters, that's a big deal. I appreciate that. But the gameplay has grown extremely stale, mostly because of the insane grind fest. It's just, I can't believe even this new event, the newest one with the two sisters, the Chinese sisters, don't remember their names, but that event itself is already pretty damn grindy. But then once you reach the end of it, they're like, here's a brand new servant. But if you don't grind your ass off even more, you're not going to get all NP levels and ascension materials. And I'm like, dude, oh, they're Vietnamese? Really? I thought they were Chinese. But yeah, they just drop a new servant on you at the end for free, and then they're like, grind to get more. I didn't even know you were going to get one extra for that event. But the amount of grinding it took on top of that was agonizing. Oh, they led a rebellion against the Han Dynasty. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, I read those aspects of the story. I guess it just didn't click for me. Again, because it's kind of crazy how much reading you have to do to actually get to like the 1 or 2 or 3 lines that actually have to deal with their characters and backstory. It gets kind of ridiculous. How most of the event is this silliness about what type of structure you should build for these weird little creatures that are on the island, going along with this silly, goofy charade. And then every now and then they'll sprinkle a tiny bit of actual lore in. Like, I don't mind learning about new characters and folklore, but it doesn't focus on that. It focuses on a bunch of dumb stuff. Yes, it was a rehash of Summer 1, exactly. But, if there was more content with the actual characters and the lore around them, it would have been a much more fun event. But I can't stand reading, like, all this filler dialogue from, like, jokey stuff that's not even related. It's just weird. I don't know how common that is, Ezra. Probably not that common. Collab events? Yeah, they can be. Although even the recent one with Bazette was kind of overwritten. You have to play too much of this goofy shit before they reveal who, Mananon McClear is, and... yeah. Top 5 Nikkei. I think Bae has hopped into that. I like Milk, Bae, Sugar, Red Hood, and maybe Senti. But what appeared? A door. Whoa. Aha. What is it? Is it BB now? We finally get to break BB's mind. Get a little bit of revenge. Nice. Double nice. Is this, no way, a labyrinth core? And it's colossal to boot. None of the others were this big. Red Hood's getting a new skin. I love her current skin, so I may not like it. I feel like at this point the most they can do is put more clothes on her, and I'd be like, no! It's just her now, we get it. I get why Sakura is at a loss for words, appearing before us as a sculpture of Sakura. No, of BB. I guess so. She's not? How do you know that? Well, we're gonna have to get in there. God, I love that outfit. It would be cool if they do another iteration of Milk, assuming they give her a nice outfit. The outfit's a huge part of why I like certain characters. So right now I'm working on a waifu files for Final Fantasy VII. It's a pretty big endeavor, considering that includes Crisis Core, the main game, Dirge of Cerberus. I don't think Advent Children really adds any waifu. Taking up Reen's suggestion, I examined the remarkably giant wall. Fundamentally, it's just like the other cores, but it lacks the warmth of life in it. Like Ronnie said, BB doesn't seem to be inside of this thing. This mind is long since gone cold. That's what makes it similar to a billion-year-old slumbering fossil. And I'm going off of the remakes, because there's a lot more waifu in those. Like Kyrie. Just a random super sexy NPC. She had no need to be in that game, but I'll take it. The one thing about doing waifu files for video games is it's really, really hard to get good footage. But theoretically, yes, and it really helps if that game actually has a cutscenes, as well as a cutscene viewer, my god. What did she say? No, did we not make it in time? But there weren't any signs that it happened. Sure, there is this wall blocking the way, but the core is right here. Nothing changed at all over there? Yeah, I've heard all about that, Dawson. It's dumb. I played the demo. It's fun. It's hard as balls. Stellar Blade is not an easy old hack and slash, that's for sure. It's more along the lines of Sekiro. Not as bad as Sekiro, but still pretty tough. Is that BB's voice? The tone is different for sure, but has the characteristics of BB's voice. What she's saying makes no sense, though. 5,961,600 seconds? 86,400 seconds in a day, so dividing gives 69, bruh. Control was taken 69 days ago. Wait, doubts aside, why are my limbs shaking? The space itself is shaking, but aside from that, I'm also being driven by a mysterious impulse coming from inside of me. I'm scared. Yeah, and I'm of course gonna do, like for example, for Stellar Blade, I'm going to play the game and record the cutscenes as I go on the PS5, which is such a huge benefit. Oh my god. I get to play it on the big screen TV, record the cutscenes as I play. And even if they're, like, I can decide to record retroactively by up to a full hour. If I run into a cutscene I wasn't expecting and didn't hit record in time, I can still archive that footage. And that'll be fantastic for doing an immediate waifu files right afterward without having to, like, rebeat the entire game. I've already got it pre-ordered. I'm doing the physical version. What primordial fear this is? Or you mean, is this? Being here scares me. Hearing that voice scares me. Gauging the situation scares me. Facing reality scares me. Looking back at the past scares me. Looking into the future scares me. See, that's Nasu's writing in a nutshell. I'm like, dude, chill out. No matter what I do, it's all now. Incomprehending the present from the bottom of my heart scares me. I also can't stand how much he redacts certain phrases and words, thinking it's like cool and edgy or something. And then this double line text stuff is really dumb too. This moment in the present. I'm like, what's the point of that? I've never liked any of those things in his writing. Yeah. Well, I mean, I bought a PS5 for a number of reasons. Screaming in the middle of town? It wasn't just in the middle of town, it was part of that developers conference, right? Warframe? Yeah. Well, yeah, it makes all the games that you play on PS4, like the backwards compatibility is a huge boon. Where are we running to? I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. My body won't move. I'm too afraid. My limbs have been lopped off at the base. No, they haven't. They're trying to write with the same edgy tone that they do in Stay Night, but at least in Stay Night, Shiro is getting, like, maimed and beaten. So it kind of made sense when he's all, like, coughing up blood and he's terrified and all that stuff. This doesn't quite do the same thing. I mean, confronting a god as a human is scary. Hearing a god declare that they're going to erase you is scary. Maybe you can also do a waifu files for whole collections of video games. Yeah, only if they have fewer ones in them. That said, I can sometimes just make a waifu files for a smaller game with fewer characters, just for my own sanity's sake, because it takes a long time to do all of these. It's like, I can get like one waifu files a week, which is why I've been streaming a lot more sometimes, is because that kind of takes away from some of the other video making that I do. So it's hard to balance. It's definitely a lot more work than the typical videos I was making prior. No, that's not it. Something like that isn't scary. This fear is really disgust. Something that's become the moon cell should not be speaking in human. That's right. It's not that humans, fear God. What? Yeah, we know you're a human. Shut up. It's repulsive to see a god. That's taken out of the mind of a human. Taken on the mind of a human. Okay. Ninja Gaiden would be cool. But that's also kind of like, by extension, Dead or Alive. Didn't, like, all of the Ninja Gaiden girls get put in Dead or Alive at one point anyway? A Zelda waifu files? The waifu files I'd most want to do would be like Hyrule Warriors waifu files. That would be cool. Too bad they haven't used the best girl from that, like, ever again. The weird spellcaster chick they added, she was hot. Well, they are a shared verse, but I'm talking about, like, were they literally fighters in the game? I know Momiji got to be. Why did my head suddenly face away? I thought I was facing toward it. Strange. If Momiji and Rachel were both in it, then yeah. I awake from a heavy darkness. It seems that I was out for quite a long while. With my consciousness still unsteady, I give my arms, hands, and body a once-over. I'm in one piece. These are the old school building's grounds. Apparently, I was able to make a clean getaway. Out of that unidentifiable predicament, in front of that colossal labyrinth core. Are you okay, Praetor? Answer me. Don't you know that it's polite to spring to your feet when I'm worrying over you? Shantae would be phenomenal. It would be a little trickier just because of the sheer lack of cutscenes, I guess. It's like, what would I show during all that time? I suppose I could just show a couple of tiny highlights. Or maybe what they do in each of the games, because the characters recur every time. Speaking of Shantae, I really want the new game they just put out. The remake, or they finally finished off one of the games they were going to make way back on the Game Boy Advance but never did. And now they're actually releasing it on the Game Boy Advance, which I'm like, you know, that's cute, like a novelty, but I want to play the goddamn game. You should release it, like, on Switch or something. Saber's calls ring in my ears. It was a frantic, serious voice. I'm still struggling to pour strength into my hand, but I move it. I pat Saber's head and say, "Taijobu." Now you're awake. You truly scared me to death. Do as you please, I don't mind. Your hand is warm. I'm happy. Listening to Saber, I rest for a while. Soon enough, I feel better. I stand up to find that I can walk without any issue. What the fuck? What? But I wonder why I feel so dejected. It's like my brain is turned into lead. I got out of that predicament, but my mind is still completely restless. Wild Haggis disappeared after saying they were asking me a question. What happened with that? Yeah, I saw your top 5. I guess we could show the gameplay. I know, like, in Shantae and the Pirate's Curse, there's that really nice section where they're all dressed up in those, like, scantily outfits. Usually, no matter what pinch I was in, the moment I returned alive, I felt a relief that would ease my mind. But just walking is making me feel down. Then thinking about it, it hit me like a divine revelation. It's natural for me to feel down. After all, I still haven't gotten away from the fear I just experienced. There's nothing I can do about it now. I made it back to the old school building, a safe zone, but that darkness still lingers in my mind. Yeah, it's as if the sensation of I made it back somehow isn't coming to me. Where should I go? Student council. Probably. Wait a second. I passed by. Student council room. Because that's where we discuss everything. All dead. I returned to the student council room with a heavy heart. Good. Rin, Rani, and Sakura are okay. Only one thing is different here. It's the simulator Rani was running. It stopped doing anything. Seeing this, I became worried that the vague anxiety hanging over me was now an evident truth. Okay, without any basis for doing so, I accept it, which means I... BB is playing God. You came across a video about tsunderes, and all people in the comments were complaining about tsunderes that come off violent, and they were basically making the old stupid argument that those the tsunderes endorse, or that those... That's weird. I don't know. I don't know why that would be an incel thing to defend a tsundere. Because you'd think, if anything, an incel would be against a woman being aggressive towards the guy. You know? Mushoku Tensei is tricky. I honestly wanted to wait until they get older, because I know they do. Like Eri. No, it's Eris. Sorry. I can't wait to see her as an adult, because, my god, the design is phenomenal. And at that point, yeah. Well, it is slapstick. I don't know. It's kind of funny. My wife has a pet peeve when it comes to anime characters, with that whole trope that if you, like if a guy walks in on a girl changing and it's not even the guy's fault, especially like if the girl screams in the bathroom or something and the guy comes running or whatnot and she freaks out and slaps him by default, she hates that. She can't stand that in a character. Well, there's a lot of words that get tossed around these days without any more proper context to their meaning. Like, if a guy's being a legitimate perv and then he gets beaten up, then it's fine. But when the guy is pretty much innocent and gets slapped or beaten around just for being at the wrong place and wrong time, that's a whole thing. "90% of the world will die? That's it?" 90%. That big of a number is what we end up with, huh? But we still have time. A collapse in the future is imminent, but we still have 7 days to work with, if we can somehow separate BB from the moon cell as soon as possible. Is she trying to say it's impossible? That beating BB is impossible? Like, Rin never beats up Shiro. Minus the one time she tries to kill him, but that's not because she's a tsundere, that's because she's a mage in the Grail War. I know that. I already know that. I'm trying desperately to stay strong, but my heart is already broken. Still, we have to do it, I say. I can't stand by and watch the Earth collapse. Mean lies? I don't know if I've heard of that term. Meaningless violence? I guess so. Well, even in Carnival Phantasm, she doesn't just beat up Shiro for the hell of it. Or because she's embarrassed. She'll get embarrassed, but she doesn't beat him up because of it. Nevertheless, I find myself accepting the outcome. The Earth is already in ruins? Is that so? You've been looking into the future? Apparently. Now, mind you, Ari-chan isn't against someone being written to clobber a person needlessly. She just won't be a big fan of that character if they do. You know what I'm saying? She's not trying to police people's fiction. It's just that doesn't wind up being something she cares about. Is it weird? No. I just think it makes the chick kind of unreasonable and obnoxious. When they realize it's their fault they got peeped at by some guy, and then they blame the guy just for existing, essentially. That's kind of why they get hit just because they're a guy who exists, essentially, even if they're a complete gentleman. Time doesn't pass. Does that mean we've been in a loop? Just like how I was endlessly repeating the preliminaries? Have we been repeating the same span of time? That question is of no importance right now, though. Although there is that one anime where the chick has like a freaking spiked mace and she clobbers the guy with a smile on her face and like it's all gory and ridiculous, but it's all like funny. Yeah, Taiga and Toradora might be one of those cases. Although that story does get sweet as time goes on. The bludgeoning angel Dokuro-chan. That sounds right. Yeah, I haven't watched it myself, but I've seen so many clips, especially back in the AMV Hell days. I don't get what Rin is saying at all, but I don't have the willpower to question it. God, imagine if Looney Tunes had blood like that, though. Not for kids. The Holy Grail, a wishing device that makes any wish come true, which is given to the victor of the Holy Grail War. Ah, okay. Is this sorrow coming from realizing this truth with all 5 of my senses? Back when I was in front of that colossal wall, from the bottom of my heart, I no longer... No, I don't remember this montage. Of Western cartoons? Like Looney Tunes and shit? I mean, they did some wild stuff with, like, Nazis and things back in the day. Like, lots of propaganda films and more racist stuff, but not gore, per se. I mean, that's the whole point of, like, Happy Tree Friends. What if cartoon violence was just a little bit more realistic, and that's what you get? God, Happy Tree Friends is so funny. My favorite part is when one of the characters flew to the front of a bus and landed on the stick shift. The guy in a panic, I think it's the moose, in a panic, starts like shifting the shifter and it's like gouging through the creature. I don't remember which animal it was. I think it was like a squirrel or something. But God, it was so stupid and funny. What they just said now struck me a little. Reen said, even if we return to the near side. Judging by that phrasing, does that mean they've confirmed that there's no way to return to the near side? Why would Sweet Baby... I think you're not fully giving us the situation with Sweet Baby. If they're calling people the N-word, because that seems like the opposite of what they would do. I figured we might reach that conclusion. Please don't tell me. Please don't say it. Because the conclusion I came to when I stood in front of that wall will end up coming true. Ah, thanks for clarifying, Vladimir. I haven't heard of that particular story yet. Endymion? Yeah. Endymion's alright. Hello. Ronnie's words fall in the student council room like a curtain call. It's all over? The Earth, the Holy Grail War, our battle? It's all really over? Without a doubt, it really is over. Oh, Nazi! Wait. Yeah, dude, you gotta be careful, because there's a different N-word. Calling people Nazis is commonplace for them, yes, absolutely. Anything they disagree with must be a Nazi. The proof is in the fact that no one said anything further. A strong sense of failure shrouds my vision in darkness. Our battle ends here. Death simply hasn't visited us yet. We have nowhere left to go. Would you mind telling me the video name be needed, or do you think you have enough context? Context for what? Could you clarify? The sweet poison slowly making its way through our bodies had reached lethal levels from the very start. We simply hadn't realized it. Okay, I'll save my game. Thank you for suggesting. Yeah. Chapter 7. I love you. Depths of the Young Maiden. Oh, the final story, huh? Until a New Game Plus, anyway. I'm getting a little sick and tired of games that require you to play a New Game Plus just to see the full thing. It's a little annoying. Because you gotta do that in Final Fantasy Remake to an extent. You gotta play hard mode if you want to upgrade all your characters and fight the true hard bosses. You got this. Suddenly, whoops. He's voicing that. Yeah. As if we didn't need a reason to buy not to buy an Xbox. They were calm words. There was no voice. It was like I was being directly spoken to, not through sound, but through text. We got through the finale and came to the end. The battle is over. All we can do now is give up. I just don't know a video on what, though. I don't remember you mentioning a video. The words come sharply, but there's warmth in their meaning. The speaker of these words seems to relate to me. But I don't remember. Who is this? It's funny because there are certain camera angles and shots of that new character from Star Wars Outlaws that looks okay. Like, obviously, she's not like a supermodel, and she doesn't have to be. But then all of those frames that people are posting online just make her look like a straight-up goblin with a butt chin. Yeah, it's really weird. And yeah, I don't know why they did that. Well, I know why they did that, but I don't know why anyone would actually want to do that. Oh, that's Twice? Wonder what happened to Twice in this scenario, then. No clue. I'm sure that I've never met this person. Not yet. Even if one day I definitely will. With no choice but to meet and fight them. But not yet. Oh, the tsundere video. Oh, I see. I mean, I know enough about tsunderes and them being violent at times. I don't know what exact critique they made on them, though. A deadlock. This is no deadlock. This is eternity. So long as we're here, we won't vanish. As long as we give up, we can call this a perfect world, even if it's a far too small, closed-off world. Well, it's funny because they're like, oh, she looks just like the model, like the Defenders, but then they're also the same people who say, like, this Stellar Blade looks nothing like their model. Now, with Stellar Blade, they actually straight up said, yeah, we took the model's face and we made changes to her, presumably to make her even prettier, at least according to them, or something, which they totally didn't have to do. But even then, that still looks more like the original model than half the time when we see these face models. A conclusion. A decision that there's no future. Words assemble. He just wants to fight us. Isn't that the whole point? He's just like spawn camping until he finds someone worthy. Because he wants perpetual warfare. So if we don't come fight him, he doesn't get his wish. The final beginning hope. He says that, therefore I may have given up, but I mustn't draw the conclusion. A picture that never changes, and a picture that never ends. Which one represents the concept of eternity better? Oh, thank you. Glad you can get into Fate through my videos. Must thank you for introducing me to this crazy and convoluted world. Yeah, it's pretty crazy and convoluted. Right now, you're kind of... I'm playing through the peak of that convolution right now. Fate Extra is just nuts. It's like right now we're being spoken to by a bad guy we haven't even met yet. It's like, what? The true meaning of these words are too sublime for me to understand. These words are the perspective of one who is above humans, a messiah. There's only one aim behind it that I could gather. As it is, I won't end. I'll never give up. I won't end. This place isn't right. The situation isn't right. This isn't the end yet, I think. I'm shocked. Ultimately, I guess that's the one thing my mind can't do. The reason why is... Yes. The reason why is, even if my mind were to break, my sword is still in hand. It's a fan translation. Sure. Well, no, but that's still what this is, though. Twice H. Peaceman is a character we haven't yet met, and he's talking to us. Suddenly, I wake up. It seems I had a fragmented dream.
Nero, 覚ましたか？そなた随分と疲れていたのだな。ひときわ深い眠り。要は何も言わず、いそいそと出かける支度をしよう。我が奏者の気持ちに応えねばな。惚れ直すがよい。それぐらいの察しの良さはあるのだぞ。
Again, I never stopped him. Well, it's not an opinion that you won't buy games from Sweet Baby. I bring my servant along and leave my room. First, let's go talk to our student council allies again. Yeah. Be like, hey, premature doomsday. Have I finished Rebirth yet? I just beat it fairly recently. I think the game itself is generally fantastic. Right at the end, though, just like with the previous remake, it gets way too stupid for its own good and kind of botches what should have been a really nice scene with Aerith. A very straightforward one. And now they made it really weird and convoluted, and I don't necessarily think that makes it any better. Well, that smaller text on top of the main text is just like a Nasu staple. They do that all the time. That's not because of the translation, that's because of, how Nasu writes. Well, there's a lot of that policing how you enjoy media going around right now. All the NPCs are back. That's weird. I mean, we need you because you're going to sell us shit. Do you have anything new? Adult garters. Oh my. I might as well buy the outfits. It's not like I don't have the cash. I know we have to save a shit ton of Sakura Mint for a New Game Plus, though, so I won't spend more. Do I have to go to my room to do that? I guess I will. He does it for Fate Stay Night, he does it for Mahotsukai no Yoru, he does it for Tsukihime. Does he not do it for FGO? I thought he did. Maybe that's just because of the text box. But FGO would be the exception in that case. Oh, these are the adult garters. Oh, pfft. No. Fetish foot for me, that's for sure. I like the name of it, too. So I bought that for no reason. For collector's sake. Well, yeah, furigana, like, yeah. Well, they also do it for children. When there's a really complex kanji, they would put the hiragana floating above it so that kids could still read it. I don't do absolute territory. I like the bare leg here. That's a bit more fun to me. PS5 got Honkai Star Rail. Not surprised. Genshin was on PS5. Oh god, I keep forgetting. Student Council. I want to do everything but go there. Well, yeah, furigana is a lifesaver for foreigners, for sure. I guess it's you that I'm talking to. What's the matter? I don't think there's any more need to speak to me. Our operation is meaningless now. I'm starting to despise myself. The old me wouldn't have suffered. If I hadn't learned about the human mind, I would have maintained my own mental state. I hate myself for thinking that way. I'm sorry. I'm an imperfect homunculus. Yeah, but you're still hot. Still need something? About the moon cell's AIs. I considered asking about AI. Every Holy Grail war, the moon cell erases all NPCs and resets every AI's experiences. What's the reason for that? I thought it was present in the official version of Holy Night. I can't remember, though. Let's see. My guess is that's so I won't deviate from how it should be as an observational machine. Oh, it won't deviate. In reality, it may be so that it avoids cases like the one we're in. The moon cell is the eye of God. Within the core, it's storage medium, made of photons, which exists on a higher dimension. But yeah, the whole thing about policing how people enjoy their media, like the next thing that they're moving the goalpost to is saying, oh, well, Stellar Blade's female character isn't the problem, it's how men are reacting to it. And they're getting all pissed off. It's like, because people post all this footage of her in the bodysuit and all that stuff, they're like, well, what about the actual gameplay, huh? Is the game any good? I'm like, yes, it's good, you idiot. Well, when it comes to shipping, there's no right answer. The moon cell's core knows how to end humanity. However, it provides no evaluation of such a result. The moon cell doesn't say which choices lead to a better future. That is to say, it has no criteria for evaluating good and bad. That's exactly why it leaves humanity to manage the Earth. No, it exclusively acts as an outsider that never intervenes. But if an AI with a clear criteria were to enter it, the moon cell may use it as a part of its intelligence and pick a better future. Which would be the obliteration of humanity. If they're ultimately going to go extinct, then it should be done now. Taking it as a decision that curbs the waste of resources, I think it's extremely logical. Oh, whether it's BB or some other AI, the end result is the same. So long as it's an AI that can't break from being rational, any AI would choose to purge the Earth of humans. In BB's case, her method, collapse by way of human free will, could be considered humane. That assumption makes no sense, since AI aren't supposed to be able to assimilate with the moon cell. The result of all this is that what wasn't supposed to be possible to happen did. Some fatal bug has occurred in the moon cell. It's not that Miss Tosaka, you, or I were inadequate, nor is it that Sakura or BB's fault. That bug is the cause of this destruction. Saying this, Ronnie then stops talking. It looks like Ronnie is more defeated than Rin is. Yeah, I can definitely say that the story is pretty poorly conveyed here in CCC. Explaining how the world is presumably supposed to end and having it say that, oh, it already was ended and it's all just a simulation. Weird shit like that is getting really annoyingly confusing. Something tells me Rin's on the roof. But where is the roof? Oh, wait. Can you get to the roof in this one? I thought the school had a roof. Maybe not. I mean, yeah, at one point it would be nice for them to just clarify a couple things so they make sense. Reen, where are you? To an extent, yes. They don't want you to be happy with it. Or if you're going to be happy, they want it to be for the reasons they approve. Where the fuck are you, Reen? Is that still the library? Yeah. We never did talk to Jinako. She's still around, isn't she? This is the faculty room, but the locked door won't budge at all. I'll give up on trying to get in. Yeah. Ah, yeah, and we can come here at least. I don't know if you have anything useful to say. You still intend on trying something? I think you're incredible, Dai-chan, babe, but sometimes it's pointless to push on. Whatever. Well, BlazBlue has a notoriously, you know, like, ridiculous story that isn't necessarily told in the best of faith. And Kingdom Hearts is kind of crap, unfortunately. That's why I don't like the ending to Kingdom Hearts... Sorry, Final Fantasy Rebirth, as it, again, feels too Kingdom Heartsy, wishy-washy and stuff. See what IGN said about Stellar Blade? Are you talking about the French one where they're like... The character design feels like came from a guy who's never been with a woman. Where the fuck is Reen hiding? Was she in the student council room this whole time and I just walked past her? Well, yeah, no, they're so upset by the fact that a woman... An actual human woman would not agree with their whole idea that this is all... There you are. God damn it. Why are you standing right in front of the projector screen getting blinded? Need something? As you can see, I don't feel like talking. Leave me alone for a while. No. Man, what is it? Have something you want to ask? What's an observed universe? Observed universe? Ah, I did explain something like that. Here, time doesn't pass. If we were in a loop, we might have still had a chance. Something like that. The theory is, when you go back to the past and put the known present aside, you can rewrite the unknown present. No, FF7 Remake is very Kingdom Heartsy in terms of its logic. It totally is. And this? Yeah, I'm trying to say that I don't really like the way that this story is being told right now. The theory is, when you go back to the past and put the known present aside, you can rewrite the unknown present. But this situation is nothing like that kind of far-fetched dream. We can't change the result that occurred no matter what we do. The far side of the moon is a world made of imaginary numbers. There is a concept of time, but how it works differs from reality. I suppose I should say it's the difference between perceived time and recorded time. Look, we're talking about this right now in the present, right? But 1, 2, 3... There. Now what I've said 3 seconds ago will become the past, even though we're still in the middle of our conversation. This is the perceived flow of time. Through humans' own perception, We separate time and space into past, present, and future. Observed universes have very simple laws of physics. People can't see what comes after the present, but they can influence the future. Yes, I did say French. Yeah, it was the French branch of IGN that posted a specific article trashing the game's protagonist, saying she looks like a doll designed by someone who's never touched a woman before. Or seen a real human, or whatever it was. It's a bit late to mention this, but the real world and the near side of the moon cell are managed by this observed universe. With me so far? More or less. Basically, our world is the one with time that we perceive. Humans perceive the past as constantly updating into the present. From that present, we observe the future, which eventually comes. We can't perceive all three at the same time. But a recorded universe's laws are different. A recorded universe is perceived from several dimensions above. A high-dimensional entity. From the perspective of a higher dimension, the third dimension looks like a flat scroll. It's like if the 3D world was a world printed in a book, and you jumped from within the book and landed outside of the book. What? You could then look down at the records of your past, present, and future that's in the book whenever you wanted. That's the perspective of a higher dimension. You get it, right? With that being the case, all time within the book has equal value. I mean, you'd be able to flip to any page you wanted. No past or future. It's the same thing here. This is an imaginary number space, a higher dimensional data space made out of light. The far side of the moon is fundamentally managed through the laws of a recorded universe, not an observed universe. We are foreign matter. No, we're guests here. Creatures from an observed universe that got tossed into a recorded universe. But the moon cell's core is a parallel world simulator where past, present, and future exist simultaneously, with all outcomes calculated. Basically, it's a recorded universe entity, and now BB's become the moon cell. She gained the perspective of a higher dimension. That's why. BB can manipulate the past and future at the same time. The moment BB reached the core, she gained the power to select a future and set it. The moon cell was purely the eye of God. With an AI like BB mixed in now, it's become the brain of God. I don't know what the future will look like in a few hours, but either way, BB reached the moon cell. That truth isn't changing. She's now become a recorded universe entity. BB can make facts retroactive. She can make it so that she knew this present would come. It's all pretty confusing. Once BB became the moon cell, she became able to tell her past self about this present. So BB knew from the very start that we wouldn't make it in time, no matter what. Well, as long as Nikkei keeps making money, it shouldn't be an issue. I could see that comparison with BlazBlue. It's definitely convoluted. In a way, the moon cell is basically just a computerized version of the root. So it's got data on all of existence. And on a whim, it started giving out holy grails through a, after humans started to try and take refuge in the moon cell after Earth started getting corrupt and drying out of its mana and all that shit. Yes, his wife is very pretty, and she does a lot of that art. The act itself is futile. It was decided from the beginning that BB would reach the core in the end. Which is why I bet a lot of those women are pissed off that another woman is contradicting them. They always move the goalpost. Then they'll be like, well, she's been internally misogynized or whatever, essentially. She's a victim of internalized misogyny. I'm like, no, 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 no. Anyway, that's how it is. If you get it now, then be quiet for me. We can't win against God. Have you ever played a JRPG before, Reen? If you're feeling restless, then how about walking around the school? I don't want to, unless there's somebody here. Yeah, it's kind of funny how all of this stuff is coming up with Stellar Blade, though, because, you know, the guy who creates that game, the head of Shift Up or this development team or whatever, is the guy who made the Magna Carta video game character designs, which were known for having really exaggerated female characters. And back in the day, I remember reading a blog on Tumblr or something called Escher Girls, which was all about, like, shaming how people draw women inaccurate, basically. Just whining and complaining that the way that women are drawn is sexist and objectifying and blah-de-blah-de-blah, all that crap. And his artwork was one of those things that was frequently demonized. I have Saber wait for me in the hallway. Then I enter the room. I can't claim to be an expert on BlazBlue. I can just say that it's extremely convoluted. To the point where you're like, oh, there's a summary or an explanation video or something that you can take in the game itself that explains the past story of previous games. But even that was like more convoluted. Like that was extremely confusing in and of itself. Like I thought, Sakura was in the infirmary. I guess Sakura moved over here in order to get out of Reen and Rani's way, being disheartened as they all are. They would either try to convince you that the characters they're designing are sexy, and you just need to stop with your misogynistic standards of beauty or something, or they'd complain you shouldn't be wanting that at all. The same old tea? We're stuck in a time loop. There's not really much choice. I drink the tea Sakura prepared for me. All the tea I've ever drank in the Seraph tastes exactly how I remember the real thing did. And this one's got this superb warmth and bitterness to it. Just one sip is enough to dispel the haze over my mind. Yep, Sakura is definitely an expert at making tea. This might piss Alice Kuonji off, but I don't really see there being much skill in making tea, or at least a quality that I personally would notice. Not at all. I answer with a strained laugh. Your tea is exquisite, Sakura. Well, you played all of them, yes. All she has left. I guess Sakura is referring to the secret recipe behind her tea blend. Alright, at some point I'll peek through the curtains and see how she mixes this. Admittedly, though, I need to prioritize exploring. Now that I've had some tea and a breather, I guess I could go for a trip to the labyrinth. Am I enjoying this? Well, because they're basing it off of the idea that what you're enjoying subjectively is harmful in reality. Through a number of different means. It could be self-conscious people about their own bodies, thinking you having that particularly high standard of how a woman should look, or a hot woman should look anyway, makes them harder to deal with in life. Like, it makes them harder... It makes it harder for them to meet that beauty standard. Even though we create those standards in fiction because they're not necessarily something you can realistically reach. Since when was that ever a requirement? My head has been hazy ever since I got away from BB back at the core, but I feel like it's all gone away.
前向きになるのはいいことだと思いますけど、無理をするのも良くないです。
Sakura is being oddly serious. What is she talking about?
リンさんやラニさんが落ち込んでいるのも、無理に笑っているのも、私見ていて辛いです。皆さんの気持ち理解できます。今までの戦いは
You would recognize the difference? Yeah.
初めから私たちは負けていた。どんな手段を用いても
I know there's definitely an art to coffee, but it's just not the kind of thing I have an eye for, or a taste bud for.
だから BB はあんなに余裕があって桜迷宮も皆さんを振り
Well, when I say this game, specifically I'm talking about Stellar Blade right now, but yeah, it applies to any of these games that have hot chicks that they complain about. Sakura is right. It frustrates me to say that we weren't even a threat to BB. I recall what BB said when I fought her. The world has been my toy for a while now. At that moment, BB knew she would ultimately reach the core.
だから落ち込むのはわかります。でもやけになるのはやめてください。
Unless I actually disagree with something I've previously said, or said it while lacking certain knowledge, I wouldn't really delete a comment or post that I've said. Like, it just doesn't seem right to do. Especially given all the other stupid stuff that I disagree with that's still left online. It's like, you're here to have a voice. At the very least, you're at least one other person who disagrees with what they're trying to say, and that in itself is important.
校舎を歩き回ったり迷宮に行こうとしたりしないでください。私にはその自分から死にたがっているように見えて。
Well, yeah, then they would call you a victim of internalized misogyny. They'd say, like, oh, a man's mentality has gotten to you, even though you're a woman. So that's how I looked like to Sakura. She misread my mental state, but her thoughts on the situation were right. I mean, it's just about all over. It's pointless to do anything since the future is decided. And that proves that challenging BB would be a foolish choice to make. It's weird to be thinking about walking around the old school building and checking out what's going on in the labyrinth at this point. It's weird, but still.
もしかしてまだ諦めていないんですか？
Well, sometimes it's not. A lot of times, actually, it's probably a matter of interest. Your ability to taste different wines versus rums and whiskeys, to some extent, comes from you having an interest in it and taking the time to actually develop a sense of what is different from each one and appreciating them all differently. Whereas for me, I don't really care about booze or tea. Hearing Sakura say this, I finally and clearly was able to realize these words. She's right. Apparently, I haven't quit yet. Did I have a drastic change of heart at some point? Or am I so simple-minded that a little smack got me back to my senses? Whichever it is, doesn't matter. What's important is that right now, my mind is clear. Also, I was entrusted to take the reins. Gato, Leo, Julius, Shinji. If I want to always remember them, then I can't go dropping the responsibilities I took over from them. Asmongold put it a pretty concise way the other day. Asmongold I've stopped listening to the moment he actually said he thought Stellar Blade looked like crap. I'm like, dude, clearly I don't believe you. Seriously, I'm appalled at how simple-minded I am. Deciding to fight now just dispelled most of my worries. My one worry left is the one contradictory result of our analyses. We probably still can't beat BB.
そんないけません。これ以上 BB に逆らったら今度こそ消されてしまいます。
I mean, I've been thinking a lot about it, and the fundamental problem with wokeness is that on paper, it looks really good, being woke, awakened to various societal issues and things, social inequality, things like that, and trying to address and fix it. That stuff's fine. Same thing with ESG, environmental social governments. We would want companies to be more environmentally sustainable. That's a good thing for the planet. It's good for human rights to not discriminate on employees based on race and sexuality and all that stuff. But in practice is where it falls apart. And basically, anyone who adopts this woke mentality is putting on a lens, a paradigm to see the world that looks for things to find problematic. It's just like Anita Sarkeesian said, everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out. That's literally her mindset put on canvas for us. Their job is to look at things from the perspective that they will find something problematic and need to fix. And as a result, all of this is a process of telling us what we can't have rather than expanding upon what we can have. Which is really frustrating. It's like a vegan telling you that you're not allowed to eat meat because they've decided to be vegan. Whereas true inclusivity would be more like a food court, where there's all sorts of food for everybody. They can all order exactly what they want to eat, and then converge at the tables and all eat together different things. You don't know who Anita Sarkeesian is? That's impressive. She's kind of the one, in my opinion, who's to blame for a lot of this wokeness stuff, going crazy within the video game world when she made her series, and people tried to criticize her so hard and harass her and whatnot to some extent that she did become really popular. And a lot of people in woke California in the game industry took her sentiments to heart and are now implementing it on a massive scale, which is pretty much what Sweet Baby is. I think it's even made up of former Feminist Frequency people. Is it bad that you don't know her? Not bad. Just surprising, because she was fairly notorious. You can see all the problems brewing from way back when she made her Tropes versus Women in Video Games series a while back, which I'm pretty sure is still on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know what Charlie thinks about Bleach or whatever, but no, to me it's like Asmongold, like, don't worship false prophets. That's kind of the sentiment that I get. I'm not religious, but I think that statement holds significant value, because Asmongold, while he was kind of against the whole woke thing and against the localization of anime, and that helped get a lot of people talking about it, I don't necessarily think he has the best interests of everything I want in mind. Kind of like how you find out a lot of these like mega super religious conservatives also don't like woke stuff, but they also don't like anime either. So you're like, you can't trust them to have your best interests in mind. So it's like, shit. You know, at the end of the day, you just kind of have to have your own opinion. So even if you watch them, you have to take their advice with a grain of salt. Hell, you should be doing that for me. Hear what I say, consider it, but then ultimately factor it in with the world that you've critically thought about. Well, he was saying that AI translation would be a good thing for anime. In a somewhat ignorant take. Sakura's getting so vocal because she's genuinely concerned about dai-otaku. The sentiment gently dispels my last doubt. I bet I'm in fighting this entire time because I'm the type of person who likes kind people like her. You're right, they have their own agendas on either side. And like I said before, it used to be conservative right that censored stuff like Sailor Moon back in the day. They're like, oh gosh, we can't have lesbians. Can't do that. You know, so they censored it. That was bad then, and it's bad to censor now for the exact same reason, even if the people doing the censorship are on the other side of the political scheme. That's right, my memory hasn't returned yet. Well, I probably don't have any memories. This dai-otaku person may be somewhat warped, a master lacking something normal people need to have. I can't explain why my memories have been hazy this whole time otherwise. Still, I've got something unshakable within me. Even if my memories won't return to me, even if I have no goals, there's a me right here, right now. I'm a nobody. I'm not fighting for some epic reason like saving the Earth or the Moon. The only real thing I can hold on to are ordinary wishes. I am me, even if parts of me are missing. There's still a pulse going through my limbs. Even if I don't have the memories of my life, of all the stuff I did that must have been fun, of anything at all, I still remember that they were important to me. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I want to believe in warm people. I want to protect warm people. I know I had fallen into an eternal sleep, dreaming of such a future. So I bet those desires are what made this, are what this body is made out of. About girl voices? Even if everything is an illusion, even if this body is some sort of afterimage, hey, there you are, you're in a capsule. You're a sick person in a capsule. Dai-otaku is important to me, and the people I love are important to me. All I insist on wanting to protect are the things I see within reach. That's the kind of insignificant, greedy person dai-otaku is. I thank her for the tea and stand up. Thanks to Sakura, my doubts are gone. Now that I've decided such, I can't stand around any longer. It's also been a really long time since that live stream, so you should, recap me on what was said if you can. If it's that important, anyway. Hopefully I'll remember just by a quick summary. Yes. Can stroke me anywhere you want, Umu. It's a little startling to hear that while getting hugged. Please stop. No. Happy and off in her own little world, Saber snuggles up against me. Umu is so wonderful in the context of Extra. South Korea's got its own problems, like forcibly, at a certain age, having to sign up for the military. Like, even BTS members and shit have to do that. I'm like, that's crazy. Yeah, I am not a militaristic dude. You will not get me in the military. Are we going to the labyrinth? I assume we are. Oh. Damn it. You have to go back to Rin and Rani after our new resolve? Fine. I think Natalie was specifically referring to how in dub, a lot of English voices try to sound hyper cutesy when that's not what their voice actually sounds like, and it's kind of like, it sounds fake, whereas in Japanese they actually do have high-pitched voices like that. Some people can do it well. It's kind of weird. Like, if you look at VTubers, and which ones have high squeaky voices, like Gawagura is a pretty good one, Shy Lily is another decent one. Like, I kind of wonder, like, are those actually your real speaking voices? If it's pointless, then why don't we just do it anyway? It's pointless either which way. もう私たちの存在意義なんて Yes, Crunchyroll has a big grip on the anime industry. Oh my god, did you guys hear about what they did with the latest Miku Expo? I posted it on Twitter, but did you guys let me know? I'll fill you in. The life is draining from their faces. More so than the fact that BB is far too powerful. The fact that we lost what we were trying to protect has stolen their will to fight. It's really fucking annoying. Okay, so Miku Expo. Usually it's the big giant Miku concerts where they put a massive hologram Miku on stage, so it feels like you're actually watching Miku, an anime character, come to life on stage. That's the appeal, and they've been doing it for years in Japan. And I was lucky enough to go attend a Miku Expo. I flew out to California to attend one of their tours, and actually got to see Miku in live. And even though it wasn't the best venue, they did have the hologram, and it was pretty damn fun. I really enjoyed that. And I don't realize why they had to change it, but now that Miku Expo, powered by Crunchyroll, apparently, is what they said, so like they're funding or something, I don't know. We're doing another string of concerts across the US and other places, I guess. I think Toronto had one too. But instead of the hologram, they've now just put a big fucking TV on stage. Like a big black box, basically, and Miku's in that. And she looks tiny, and it's not a hologram, like they've been doing for years, and it looks horrible. Yeah, and they didn't tell anybody that what they were going to see was not a legit Miku concert, but a cheap ripoff version of it. So they all went to this thinking it was it is hosted as an official one, but they don't tell you they're not doing the same stuff they used to. And you go there, and my god, it's not Miku's fault. It's none of that. It's just, why the fuck did they do that? You screw up such a simple idea that they've no. Absolutely not. And so people are demanding, like, refunds, trying to launch a class action lawsuit. And I think they should. I think they very should. Because you paid to see what has been iconically known as a hologram concert for the last decade. almost. Maybe. What was it, like, I think Miku concerts started in 2016? No, they started even before that. Way before that. I was still in college when they were doing those. So... I would feel so fucking ripped off if I were one of those customers. That's all. It's so bad. It's like, if you want to watch Miku on a television screen, just do it at home. But yeah, it's definitely a case of false advertising. People would not have paid that much money to go fly out, hotels, flights, and everything to see this if they knew that's what they were going to get. But of course they didn't say that. Did they see what you said? I got kind of just sidetracked. Like the voices where they moaning about dub again. Well, hating on a dub versus explaining why you prefer sub is a bit different. I mean, don't forget. I watch dub too, depending on the show. You was at a 10K attendance convention in Berlin, and they managed to have a Vocaloid concert with holograms. That's cool. They tried to do something similar at one of my local conventions, but it was a laughing stock because there was no actual stage. It was just like a convention room. With the concert happening on kind of like an elevated platform, and everyone was gathered around it, and you couldn't actually see it unless you were tall. It was pretty bad. Only in Japan did they do Gumi concerts, but they did have some of those, I think. I can't force them to fight on against their will. However, their abilities will be vital if I want to enter the central region again. I need to somehow get them to help me, even if it's just getting me to where BB is. I've never sold off all of dubs. I said I generally like dubs from California the most. At least the voice crew and the general philosophy of it. Compared to what was being done by Sentai and Funimation in Texas. Yes, Angry Umu's gotta put them all in order. They're never going to put that much budget into dubbing Fate Stay Night's visual novel, because I don't think they have enough faith in how much that would produce. But if they did, they should use Christina V, because she did a fantastic job of Sakura in the dub for Heaven's Feel. And UBW, I guess. Theoretically, BB should be played by Christina V, because that's what Sakura was played by. But Passion Lip and Meltrellis have different voices, so they might have different voice actors. Some of the subs are the best? Subs are definitely the safest. You're actually getting what the creators originally intended, so, yeah. It's just that if we all lived in Japan, we wouldn't have any reason to consider anything other than the Japanese voices. So dubbing is kind of this weird thing we just kind of grew up with because it was fed to us. And that doesn't mean they're bad, but it's just kind of weird watching a majority of the media you like reinterpreted through another crew.
明日という現在を変革できること、それは私たちの手で、いえ、私たちでしか変えられない今なのですから。そっか、そうよね。
A familiar glint returns to the red girl's eyes. I faintly recall something. In the Holy Grail War, she lent a hand many times despite us being enemies. She was a worthy rival, brimming with life, who always sought to play fair.
私、前に自分で言ったのにね。この戦いは BB を止めるためじゃない。BB が決定させてしまった未来を変えるために戦っているんだって。その通りよ。未来が確定しているのは、私たちが BB を倒した今はまだこの裏側に存在しないから。でも私たちがその
All localization is a reinterpreting of the source material to some extent. The most you can hope for is that it doesn't get butchered too much in the process.
未来が2つある以上、ここで起きた未来は現実世界とは一致しなくなる。
Well, right now, fan subs are definitely better than what you're seeing with a lot of the official subs. Mostly because specific people are intentionally changing the text. It's gotten really bad.
So その通りだ。ようやく元の聡明さを取り戻したな。ごめん、恥ずかしいところ見せちゃったわね。名誉挽回ってわけじゃないけど、ここからは
イエーイ。
全くです。作戦を立てる私たちがあなたの負担になってしまって、ですがここからはお任せを。オペレーターとして、アトラスの錬金術師として。
I'll at least get sent to where BB is. Thinking that, I spring back to life. Reen and Ronnie are more outstanding magi. Fighters than I am. Because they have superior judgment, they were more realistic in discerning BB's comparative strength in our situation, which overwhelmed them. They felt worry and anxiety, magnitudes more than I did. But they dispelled their distress. They say there's still work we need to do. No, I have not been to any concerts in Japan. Yeah, I knew full well how strong BB was compared to us from the very beginning. We're no match for her. We can't do anything. If reasons like that are stopping us in our tracks, then we're not putting up much of a fight. Leo, the most outstanding of us all, left the rest up to a Dai-otaku. This must be why. He knew that we would lose. He knew we couldn't win. Still, he entrusted everything to someone who hadn't yet given up. I never said all. Fan translations are like the Wild West. You're gonna find some good ones, you're gonna find some bad ones. But in general, if they're bad, it's probably because the person doing it doesn't know Japanese very well. Whereas if an official localization is bad, it's because the person knew Japanese and chose not to give you the actual Japanese, which is kind of more infuriating in some ways. Whereas if you don't like a fan sub, you could just go and, like, get a different set of subtitles, theoretically. Assuming there's multiple people doing it. Any new anime you've been watching? Well, we just started a new season, right? So we've got... I've started watching a little bit of Hibike Euphonium, Mushoku Tensei. I'm gonna be watching Konosuba. What else do I have on my plan to watch list? Let me look that up. Yeah, I plan on watching, you know, more Kimetsu no Yaiba. It should be good. I've completely dropped My Hero Academia. I'm not interested in the new Spice and Wolf. I don't like the art style as much as the older one. It feels kind of lazier in some ways. I'm going to see the Spy Family movie coming out. That should be fun. I think I'm seeing that on the 20th. I'm not going to watch the Blue Archive anime until they get to, like, my favorite characters. Because right now it's just, like, lully schoolgirl fest, and those aren't what interest me about that franchise. Kind of the same problem with the Arknights anime. Right now it doesn't have any of my favorite characters. Or at least enough of them, or didn't by the time I dropped it. I tried to watch High Speed Etoile. I'm not sure how you say that. Etoile. I don't know. It's some French word, I'm sure. But that was like a racing one with anime girls and stuff. But it looks really lame. Like, it's a racing show where they tell you that the racers use AI driving so that they can't screw up and that it's safe. I'm like, then what's the point? What's the point? That's so weird. Not to mention it was just boring as piss. I like to watch the Idolmaster anime. I kind of fall behind, so I actually have to catch up before I can start Shiny Colors. Dungeon Meshi is going to continue on. Delicious in Dungeon. I love that. Very good. Urusei Yatsura, when that continues, I'll be watching that. There's one other, and I don't see it listed here, which is really strange. Where the hell is it? It's like this Chinese one. I think it was Chinese. About this dude who goes to a special school, which sounds really generic, and it is. But they had a hot chick. What's it called? Why can't I find it? It just started airing this season. Yeah, where the hell is it? Alright, I need to find out what the hell this is. It's bothering me. Oh, Dragon Raja. That one I've started watching, maybe. because it has a hot chick. That's enough for me to give it a shot. What's the next waifu files after FF7? I don't know. Maybe, no, I didn't say Danmachi. It will. Yeah, I just wish they didn't abandon the art style then if they really wanted to do that. If they wanted to add more to the story, they could have done what they did with Cardcaptor Sakura, which feels like a legitimate sequel and not a remake. Which they are doing. They're doing a remake plus more content. Well, you're right. That's true. If somebody trying to translate Japanese to English doesn't know English very well, then it comes off a nasty mess too. Death Note and Death Parade. I mean, that's a good idea. All right. So now we're facing two issues. The first is that huge labyrinth core. Oh, they're talking now. Angel Beats? That's a good show. Yeah, I could do that. Sakura? Wearing a grave expression, she returns to the student council room from the infirmary. Oh. Well, that makes it easier, doesn't it? I'd have to look at a specific example at that point, Chaos. Well, no, I mean, it's an example of a sentence, for instance. What was the very first Nikkei I got on my SSRs? Shit, I don't remember. I think it might have been Senti. Oh, the loli anime you said that didn't interest you? I think you're referring to when I was talking about Blue Archive, which is a mobile game that has some amazing waifu that I'm really invested in. I don't play the game, but I would like to see the anime, but they're apparently not until like the third arc of the story that they show up. But a lot of people like it, so that's why it's there. I don't have time to look up a localization while I'm in the middle of this right now. If you want to copy and paste a sentence, I would love to see it, but yeah. What is Blue Archive? I just said it was a mobile game that got turned into an anime. Or is getting turned into an anime. So Sakura says, her eyes bearing determination. Crow, yeah, she's a character that looks cool at first, and then you realize who she truly is, and she's just rotten. Well, it would be more fun to do it in the middle of chat. Because once I'm done, I probably won't have any interest. Or I'll be back to working on a video, which is my main priority. Ms. Dai-chan, about analyzing 10 crowns. Actually, it truly pains me to say this. It's impossible to analyze any further with just Miss Tosaka and me alone. Figures, so it's not going to be that easy. 10 crowns is a part of BB's matrix. It's not likely that she would reveal her weaknesses so easily. It's thanks to the Green Archer that we got part of that data. We couldn't have done it on our own. So please provide us with Sakuramend. You want money? You want my money? With this many points, I'll get this analysis done in 3 minutes. That seems reasonable. So it was that easy. It's a massive amount of points, but it's enough to scrape together somehow. Truly promising and profitable. It is what it is. We simply don't have enough mechanical power. We have to make up for where we fall short. Haven't I said this before? Money. Money makes the world go round. The question I have is, how much money do you need to buy that Sakura thingy on your New Game Plus? How much does it cost? I can't remember. Yeah, I don't remember how much it cost. 9,800? Or, sorry, 98,000. Hold on, I'm checking something. Because I don't think Kirei sells it anymore. I mean, I have to give her this. Do you read the third Collide manga? What do you mean the third? How many are there? And Dawson, what is it? What do you think of Viper? She's okay. And yeah, I do feel bad for her. Feel bad for her and Jackal. Finished. I'll transfer the Matrix data to you. BB's Matrix is opened. Whoa, this is just bonkers. Now I can get why BB can do whatever she pleases. Still, this alone isn't enough, huh? Isn't there some way we can block it? I don't see a way to block 10 crowns, but I have an idea on how to counteract it. Seriously? After analyzing 10 crowns, I acquired privileges from the moon cell to access primordial powers. 10 crowns is the genesis of human history, the dawn lighting over civilization. Oh, 3 Rai. Okay, yeah. Which is just Srai, right? Or Srei. I don't know. But yeah, if you're just, that's kind of just like a new season of the ongoing story. Each one is a direct sequel to the other, so it's not like I'm missing a spin-off or something. But yeah, I've gotten pretty darn far in that. It's drei. Eins, zwei, drei. I know that. But it's a 3. Three does not sound like a D in any other language. 98,000, huh? Well, let me double check. I'm going to write that down real quick for my own brain. Your favorite character is Ilya? To summarize, it's an archetypical power from which human genes began. It is inherent within every human being, so we'll add such a power to our servant here. If they're equal in strength, then it may prevent 10 Crown's ability to make things as if they never happened. A servant's primordial strength? Ronnie, you don't mean... Yes. Diving into a servant's cyberframe and directly accessing their heroic spirit core will reveal their root, sealed by the moon cell. We'll unlock a mythological mystic code. Going directly into a heroic spirit's core, like when we did a mental dive into Sakura? Yes, fortunately, we have the know-how on that. I believe it's quite a feasible procedure. Basically, like back when Sakura was attacked by Meltrolis, this time I'll be diving into my servant's digital frame. She's going inside me? Just one thing. Who will protect Praetor if she's inside me? Not to brag or anything, but my red blood cells, rather, my sanitation program is vicious. If you throw my adorable Praetor in there, I'm certain she won't last 2 seconds. That's the one issue. While we can use multicolored tranquility to send in Nai, her servant won't be there for protection. I plan to include an escort doll to serve as a pseudo-servant, but the doll doesn't have very high stats. Capcom has been going woke for a while, but they've now like straight up confirmed it with a localization account on Twitter, mentioning how they change things for cultural sensitivity. It's nothing new, but it's so irritating to see the company still preaching that to our faces while we just scream every other day, stop it. Going in will backfire on us. A mere doll just isn't up to the task. Should we prepare a special kind of familiar? Realistically, we can't. Sakura is already utilizing memory beyond her limits to maintain the old school building systems. Performing analyses is one thing, but we don't have the spare memory to add a new, independent function. So, I say we request help from Jinako Karigiri. She could transfer Lancer over to escort Dai. There's no question that Lancer is powerful enough. Okay, that would do. Wait. That won't change the fact that Praetor will be seeing my insides. More importantly, under no circumstance can I allow Praetor to contract with anyone but me. What other choice do we have? You'll have to work with it. Absolutely need a buffed servant to compete with BB. Same goes for you, dai-chan. This will be your second dive, so please prepare for it. I reply with a nod, of course. I know diving into a digital frame is dangerous, but this is our last hope. Before doing so, discuss with Jinako Karigiri. We're suggesting it, but she might not be so eager to help. Yeah, worst case, we can force her. But I wouldn't bet on Dai-chan's life that we could do it. Or she's saying I would bet. So there's one thing that we can try. She'll definitely get on board if we sell it well. Rin? She's muttering about something. I wonder what it is. She doesn't seem to be referring to Jinako. Don't mind me, just thinking out loud. Please go convince Jinako. She won't talk to anyone but you at this point. True, Jinako definitely won't talk to Rin or Rani now. I'm not very confident that I can succeed in persuading her, but without Karna's help, it's too dangerous to dive into my servant. For now, let's go to the janitor's closet. One thing I need to look up is... because, like, I only have 3 of her SGs, right? Or 2 of them. 2 of the 3. So... and I need to get Nero to the, I want to get Nero's main ending, so... Ah. Someone's got to stop that. Stop it. All right. I'm going to mute you. It's getting really annoying. Damn it, no one's talking about this. I need to find it out. Yeah, shift up, type moon, blah 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 blah. Haggis, what was your question? How do you deal with your country being alive? Are you talking about America? I don't know. I just don't identify with it, I guess, if that makes any sense. What frickin' chapter am I on? Chapter 7? Okay, so I'm in chapter 7. What stuff do I still have to do that's missable, potentially? Oh, I just have to go to my room now and talk to Saber now that I've paid up the money. Okay. Your country is the laughing... Ah, it did that again. Hold on. What a weird glitch. Okay, there we go. You just go back in and out, and it works that time. You just get this random chance of being... Sakura Edelfelt in Apocrypha? I didn't know anything about what you just said. That's a new. Our final battle draws near. Whether we win or lose, we'll only be here in the far side of the moon for a little while longer. It's all a bit daunting. Defeat BB and turn the moon cell back to normal. What will become of us after that happens? Will I be back in the near side, safe and sound with Saber? I'm more concerned over that than over my memories returning. Man, this girl. With full confidence, yet without knowing what I'm thinking, Saber draws a conclusion out of nowhere. It's just such a random fact, considering Sakura has nothing to do with Apocrypha. Nor do the Edelfelts, for that matter. Sure, what happened with Meltrellis still bugs me, but what I'm worried about right now is... They did e-grow some big milkers? What do you mean e-grow? Electronic growth? Are we playing Farmville with tits? But no, I'm aware of the ReZero characters getting censored, which is lame. Like, they're still really hot, even in their censored forms, but my god. Meltrellis and Saber, resembling each other? Meltrellis, who would erase everyone besides her and her love, or rather, turn the entire world into herself and offer it? Resembling Saber, a shining example of virtue and optimism? Dawson doesn't speak English? It sure sounds like he does. They made a law where you say something that may cause hate or sound like it can be trouble even in your own home. That does sound really annoying. I don't know the full details, though. Well, I think Kadokawa has been making its stance on the wokeness fairly clear that that's what they're aiming for now. Her remarks were beyond absurd. If that's true, then she must have been a tyrant during her lifetime. I don't get any sense of evil in her, though. Saber may be a tyrant, but she has absolutely no desire to reign supreme. Citizens obey their emperor. Emperors govern over their citizens. Saber sees this as natural, so she may see ruling as a duty rather than a desire like a job. Also, I get the feeling that her sense of justice and sense of duty as a ruler, fortunately, was considered just by many of her citizens. Was considered just. Yeah, I bet that's it. The reason I'm thinking about all this is because Daiotaku knew her true name. In the near side of the moon's Holy Grail War, I fought alongside Saber. That's why even without memories, I remember what kind of person she really is. As a YouTuber, reading people's comments all the time, I have very little expectations for the average literacy of someone's typing skills. It's hard to tell whether they don't know another language or just type like shit because that's how they do things. Or if it was an autocorrect error or God knows what. So many different possibilities.
それは善悪の計りについての指摘だった。世の道徳観念はいささかねじれ。
Hi, Ari-chan. What's up?
例えば、都市に毒物が紛れ込もうと、それが世と世の市民たちに害をなさない限り、害悪とは思えなかった。
So I still don't know what we're talking about with the growing some big milkers. We need clarification on that statement.
犯罪を犯す人間だから悪人とは感じられなかったのだ。同時に善行をなすから善人とも思えなかった。善行をなした。
Oh, they gave Amelia bigger milkers. Ah. I guess I did hear people saying something like that. Which I guess I'm somewhat indifferent to.
世には市民たちが良しとする道徳がどうしてもわからないのだ。裁判官をしていた時もそうだ。世にできたことは正解。
Sorry. I'm always tired. It's like the Hulk. Instead of anger, it's just being tired all the time. One-chan bara? I like when I played the remake of the first game. That was good. The other ones look kind of uncanny though, somewhat. The faces. Saber says that beauty is her standard for good and evil. That's extremely dangerous thinking.
Someone's at your door.
Can you get that? Can you get that, love? Sorry, I got a package. I think it might be my brother's other package. Sailor Moon? Yeah, I could definitely do Sailor Moon. Saber will recognize any bad person so long as they're beautiful? It's a pseudo-sequel, I guess. Like, it continues afterward, but a very specific version of what happened prior. Was that a package?
Yeah.
Was that the Japanese one? Yeah. Cool, I can let my mom know. Sorry, let me take care of something real quick. I'm juggling tasks. What?
There's cake.
Are you opening? Oh,
and
well,
a plushie.
They say cake, but it's like cakes, probably.
Whoa. Can I open it? Can I open it?
Yes, but he had instructions on who gets what.
Okay, I'll open it.
So be careful. Don't just dive straight into anything.
Well, I'm not.
Well, that's the kind of the implying of why you would open it.
Well, I want to see what it is.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Okay.
Exactly, there's an Extella Zero, which is a version of Extra. Because Nasu can't just do anything like a normal person. He doesn't understand the concept of normalcy. See your question? What are we talking about? What do you think of Kadokawa? I don't think it's good. I guess that's all I can say. Unfortunately, I don't really have the power to stop them.
かはわからぬ。世の芸術の評価はそのなんだ、玄人好みというか大衆受けが悪かったというか。
Saber struggles to clarify her thoughts. Saber's artistic sensibilities were certainly avant-garde, to say the least. Anyways, the ultimate beauty, was it? Something accepted with zero regards to whether it was good or evil. Does such a thing really exist?
あるとも、きっとある。そしてそれはどのようなものでも構わぬのだ。
Don't ruin Overlord. I don't know. I'm not really much of an Overlord fan myself. Like I said, though, don't assume everything is for you. Saber's eyes sparkle with pure affection as she speaks. She resembles a mother watching her child grow, or a young girl with idealizations of world peace, distant dreams left unrealized in her lifetime.
こうしてそなたに語ると特に恥ずかしいな。とにかく世とメルトリリスは近いのだ。世はむやみに愛が多い。目に映るすべてを愛して、
Here's your good kitty kitty.
目に映るすべてを認めてしまう。
Kenshin's just your good cat.
He's purring up a storm right now.
Mm-hmm. He's a little perbucking.
一途に恋人を求めたやつの
He was going crazy last night. He's like, play with me! It's 3 at night, stop it! 3 in the morning, I guess.
しょうがないな。しょうがないの。
Saber hides her shame with a huff before turning away. What a selfish, optimistic view of life. It took a while, but now I've finally grasped Saber's truth. There's no way Saber could be a tyrant. I mean, quote unquote. I mean, look at how much she loves people. The next season of ReZero? Yeah, I suppose I will. Mainly because I had to, like, re-educate myself on it a little bit to get, to do the waifu of some of those collaboration characters, namely Amelia, Ren, and Ram. And Felix. But I'm not a big fan of ReZero, at least its anime adaptation for sure. I think the story is told very poorly. The ultimate beauty, something that can bring smiles to all at first glance. I'm talking about the new trend of Kadokawa aiming for more global appeal, aka wokeness. That's what I don't like. Kind of like how Disney is doing a lot of stupid shit now, but they still made a lot of really good stuff. And sometimes they still do make some good stuff. She became frantic in trying to craft something modest yet grand. No matter how hard she was laughed at or insulted, she persisted, cheerily dreaming of broad smiles on people's faces. Yeah, I still can't remember her true name, but it doesn't matter. She praises her own art to be supreme, while extolling the beauty of all that she lays eyes on. Such a way of life deserves modest respect. As selfish as she is, she respects others still. She lives like a single rose blooming in the air.
言うまでもないが、多くのものは素晴らしい。ま、世はもっとすごいのだがな。
I mean, she's lucky she's right.
なので、メルトリリスのことは諦めよ。そなたは安心して世に構うがよい。世の愛のスケールだって、あやつには負けていないんだからな。
I reckon that's what she wanted to say all along. Saber puffs her chest with pride. I loosen up and compose my response. No need to even say it, I know.
そうか？そうなのか？そうよな。そなたは世のマスター。世が一番で当然だ。
Well, we're talking in the most recent of years, if anything.
はて、しかしそれでは何を悩んでいたのだ？もしや 計な気を回したか？
Plus, isn't Kadokawa more of a publisher than anything else? They don't make things, they just pay the people who do. I smiled back at the puzzled Saber to reassure her. It's nothing. It was stupid of me to worry about whether we would return to the Holy Grail War together. Saber and I will always be together. Only thing I do now is trust in her and keep fighting alongside her. Well, see, what you fail to understand then is, while they are the publisher, they don't make the stuff, they do have the ability to look over it and say, nah, you gotta fix that, you gotta censor this, you gotta do that. So they have the ability to interfere in the worst possible way. If they choose. Sacred Garden 3! SG, love for the people has been obtained.
Love for the people.
Cool. Where's my Uma? We're about to go inside you. I'm gonna go inside you. But I want to make sure I've done all I need to get Umu's route. Because that would be a big waste of time. Obviously, you have to save... Alright, first of all, how much money do I have? You just said it was 98,000. How much do I have left? 68,000. So now I gotta do some fundraising. I might even do that between streams or something. Is all I gotta do is have all our SGs? Apparently you can get the CCC route on your first playthrough, but that's kind of missed. Sell unwanted items? That's probably a good idea. There's a lot of crap, but I don't know how much you get from it. Yes, but we're asking the question of, do you like what Kadokawa's been doing? And I'd say no. Because they could have released ReZero without the censorship. Now, items less so, but... Alright, yeah, let's sell some shit. President's Armband. Here's a damage and stun against skills and MP. That's kind of useful. That's already worse. Increases masturbate displays. Completed area map. That's nice and all, but not necessarily needed for me. I could probably sell that. MP by 15 damage. Skill and MPs. So this is just a worse version of what I already have. Phoenix Scarf increases by 10. Slightly heals Servant's HP. I'm already using better. That could be useful. Curing Poison Paralysis Curse. Displays opponent's information. Sounds good. Raises a servant's luck, though. Moderately heals servant's HP. Oh, if we got a better shockwave, we might as well sell the weaker version of it. Negates all stat buffs. Silver Anklet raises servant's magic. She doesn't really use magic, though. Defense bad status against servant. Yeah, there are multiple ways of getting money, but I just want to guarantee it, you know? Okay, wait, hold on. My brother is calling me. What's up? I'm live streaming. But yes, Ariel got it. Try calling her if you want. I know she needs to sort out whose stuff is what based on your instructions again. No, you're good. Bye-bye. Okie dokie. And I'll do all this saved to a separate file in case I've royally fucked myself. Now what am I supposed to do that I've paid her off? Oh, we go inside her. Right. So we talk to Ronnie again to do it. Our support is perfect now. But oh, right. We have to go talk to Gene Echo. Sorry. We're servantless. We need protection if we're gonna go penetrate Umu. Oh. Is that a quest you have for me? Teach tried her best. I got lucky and avoided getting attacked, and I even finally reached a place that looked like an exit. There was this mysterious door, and that's where I hit a dead end, and so... Otaku dear, it's time to start the final Taiga quest. I've been told that in order to open a mysterious door blocking an exit, you need a girl's secret. So I want you to go get a girl's secret for me, Miss Otaku. Huh? A girl's secret in SG? Who the heck told her about that? I have my ways. Anyway, I'm sure that I need a secret that no one knows about yet to open that door. I need it, okay? So good luck. I'm assuming I find this in the dungeon, yes? Just to be safe, I'm gonna... make sure there's no NPCs with a bubble above their head. Could you just tell me what's happening in general real quick? Why are you bringing that up now? Is somebody spamming or something? Is it an emergency? Bot invites? Fine. Let me take a look at my Discord server in the middle of a stream, because that's the most fun thing to do right now. Spam post for porn? Damn it. You know, all you have to do is ping a mod as well. That'll do just fine. Especially if they're on it. Someone just did it. Alright, it's taken care of. We have more than one mod, you know. And they all have the power to do it. Whoops. I've had a Discord listed on my channel page and in the description of every video I've practically ever posted. You can go there right now if you wish. You are more than welcome. Another spam post this morning. You're emulating Golden Axe Beast, right? Is that's not the new Golden Axe crap, is it? Okay, so none of that quest has to do with inside the school. She's asking for something weird, so you never know. Now let's go talk to Jinako. I've been very distracted this stream. Wait, did I ever come in here? Oh, faculty room, you won't get to go in. Which is fine, just taking more time to chat and chill more so than plowing through the game at rapid pace. Welcomes, what mischief will you ask of me today? Yeah, how about a little chazuke before all that? I don't feel like getting a sitting cushion out for you, so just sit somewhere over there. Want to play a fighting game? I found this bonkers game called Jump Kick. It's awesome. It's only got 2 buttons, jump and punch. That would have been funny if you couldn't kick in a game called Jump Kick. There's also only 2 playable characters. Same stats too, only difference is the color of their clothes. It's as lifeless as it gets. I mean, if it was on like an Atari though, what can you expect? It's so repetitive, I don't even know why I'm playing it anymore. Well, you know, it's a game that embodies how Jinako feels now. So, what do you need? I explained the entire story to Jinako, about how the moon cell's core fell into BB's hands, about how she brought the outside world to ruin, about how in order to change those facts, we need Karna as part of our strategy to deal with BB. Yeah, because I like the old school Golden Axe designs. Those actually seem cool, so I'll have to look it up. You said this one was Golden Axe Beast Rider. Let me look that up. I need a new mouse. Mine keeps like accidentally double clicking on everything. Oh, it was a 360 game, huh? It looks okay. Her face paint's kind of stupid. I don't like it. But her outfit's nice. I gotta admit, I prefer Golden Axe back when it was just like an old school beat 'em up. What do you think of how bad BlackRock ESG is? It's terrible. It's incentivizing everybody to police their fiction under the basis that it affects reality, when in truth, people have the responsibility, or should have the responsibility, to keep their fact and fiction separate. And it's not our fault when they can't. Oh yeah, I knew about all that. I heard it during your previous chat in the student council room. Jinako readily agrees. Her indifference makes me suddenly say, "You kept quiet when you knew?" Of course, what else would you have me do, other than play dumb? I said it before and I'll say it again. I won't help you, Dai-chan. After all, leaving isn't good for me. And like everyone else, I'm already dead. I want to stay here forever. Yet you want to take down BB? What'll happen to this place when you do? You know, it's BB who set this place up. If you take down BB, I'll go back to being a corpse. Why would I help you do that? It's not possible for me. I won't end up like Gato. I don't have pride like Shinji did. Even if I return to the near side, there's no saving me. Her emotional dam breaks and gushes forth. To Jinako, BB is her last hope right now. We may be nuisances trying to take down BB in her eyes, which is why she doesn't want to see us. Saber makes a good point. Well, yeah, Xbox 360 / PS3 generation. Saber makes a good point, but with Jinako holding back her tears, desperately enduring her fear of death, how could I do something like fight her? It looks so disgraceful, but shouting made me feel better. Don't worry, Dai-chan. I won't help you, but I won't get in your way either. I'll lend you Karna. I want you to take him, actually. I've had it up to here with this stiff to a fault servant. Vouch is a piece of crap. So Jinako decides while blowing her nose with a tissue and without looking at Karna. I'm dumbstruck. I was not expecting it to go down like this. Jinako is going to transfer Karna to us without much trouble? In exchange, I'm not leaving. I'm staying here forever and ever with my eyes and ears shut. I'll wait for this storm to blow over. Also, I don't care what that storm takes with it anymore, whether it blows you all or this school building away. I'm leaving everything up to God's dice roll. Jinako says this, mustering all of her courage and in full sincerity, it seems. She'll part with her guard, Karna, and face the end all alone, to disappear before she even realizes the end has come. But that's no different from her final moments in the Holy Grail War. I became acquainted with her, worked with her. How can I be fine with such an outcome? This decision is meaningless. I won't assist you all. I have no intention of severing my contract with Jinako. Go back to the student council room. Regardless of what Jinako says, I won't lend you all my aid. Karna? Hey, this is an order from your master. You sure I should use a command... Sure I should use a command seal? My brain got stuck between seal and spell. Go ahead. With your magical energy, your command seals would be like tripping on a stone for me. You can't void our contract. It's not my fate to disappear here. I have no intention of dying in a place like this. Those who wish to destroy BB can go do so. Kerr, have you gone mad? Did something happen recently? Short Fat Otaku, I tend to really agree with a lot that he says. Maybe not everything, but definitely the majority. Especially with, like, the actual social issues. He gets kind of crazy when he talks politics, but I'm talking just, like, actual social stuff. It's been spell and it's been seal, and my brain reads one and thinks another. It just gets cross-wired. I'm dumbstruck. I was not expecting this. I took Jinako to be uncooperative, but she gave the okay. Yet it's Karna who refuses to help? Say whatever you want. I am one who knows fear. I don't reject pointless acts, but I keep my distance from reckless strategies. A mythical mystic code, a heroic spirit's primal power. To obtain it, I must fight you again, Saber. Our match is concluded, and I don't have class advantage. My wounds have yet to heal. I have no chance of success. Knowing I'll be defeated, why would I ascend? Go back to the student council room. You have excellent advisors. I'm sure they can prepare a more adequate warrior for you. Who said you get to decide, Karna? Jinako wants to be alone. You're getting in my way, Karna. Get out! Everyone, out! A worthless person like me is better off turning into a snail. That would be an insult to snails. Dude, they are desperate to live. The only worthless beings are humans, Jinako. Oh yeah, they're definitely old school bullshit in terms of difficulty. There was some drama, but I couldn't quite tell what the hell that drama was. Oh, Karna switched to lecture mode. What are you gonna do about this, dai-chan? Once Karna gets like this, there's no stopping him. He's the brother with his shit together, scolding his self-indulgent older sister. Is she actually older than him? The janitor's closet flew into disarray. Karna probably won't change his mind, even if Jinako gives her permission. So long as Karna refuses, that's the end of this plan. Let's return to the student council room and consult with Rin and the others. Yeah, he's an absolute idiot. He's doing the exact opposite of what you should do. Condemn real CP and understand that people can like lolly without being thrown down that rabbit hole. Without having gotten Karna to agree to help, I returned to the student council room. I report to Rin and the others about how it all went down and... Makes sense. No one wants to disappear. Neither humans nor AI. That's what makes it so surprising. Jinako Karigiri quietly consents to BB's elimination, and despite fearing death, doesn't refuse. Maybe it's her gambler side acting here, but this one contradiction doesn't exist in AI. They always lean on one side or the other. In the end, Karna turned us down. Well, we expected as much. Ooh, what's up, Rin? Why is she putting on a wicked grin after hearing this? Why? Because it means our trump card is going to see some use. I mentioned preparing a special familiar, didn't I? Everything is ready. The Meat Canyon Lollyville? No, I don't want to either, I don't think. Yes, I agree as well. In such a short time? She's confident about it, so I guess I'll be stronger than a doll, or it'll be stronger than a doll. But I wonder what kind of magic Rin used to pull this off. Anyway, we're ready on our side. Tell me when you're set to go. We'll do more mental dive. A servant's Spiritron makeup is littered with sanitation programs, so I don't think you'll be able to avoid fighting. Also, once you dive in, you won't be able to leave until you wrap things up. Make sure you're fully prepared. And that's that. Once I take care of anything I've forgotten to do, I'll come back. Saber's cyber frame. Upon entering the digital frame, you will be temporarily unable to return. I am not afraid. Are we talking to Sakura to do this, or are we talking to Rin to do this? Why are there so many people to talk to? Vaj? Yeah, he's either a psycho or a sissy, or both.
サイコダイブのことだ。
Psycho dive. Is that something Bison made up?
別に怖くもなんともないが、少々気になるのでな。参考までに聞いておこう。それで、体に潜られるというのはどんな感覚か。
Psycho
痛
dive?
いのか、それとも痛いのか。痛くはなかったです。ちょっとくすぐったいのかな。先輩が自分のどこにいるのかわかるのが不思議で新鮮で、
Umu, this sounds like you're gonna have a good time.
神経に自分以外の熱が走っていく感じであったかかったです。でも体の隅々まで見られている気がして恥ずかしさの方がいっぱいでした。
Well, no, but everything about him is psycho power.
確かにそれは恥ずかしいな。参考になった。礼を言うぞ、さくら。
She's so funny.
そしてそこ。壁を相手にどんよりとしている奏者よ。特に意味はないが、世は少々弱みをしてくる。
You're gonna take a bath first? Okay. There's not much to... Does that mean I can go see you? Where do you take this mythical bath? Our room doesn't have one. Does it?
しばしの休息を。
No. I wish they would just tell me if there was like any ... bubbles for anybody without having to go to each and every freaking room to check. Who's at the Toshokan? Da, 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 da. Nobody. Jineko's already told us no, but is there something outside? Nope. No, they're talking about Psycho Drive and Street Fighter and stuff. Oh, really? Well, shit, I can't tell what conversations you're having if you don't specify. All set. Once you're in, you can't leave until you finish the mission, so keep that in mind. Should we start the dive? Allow me... No, we're ready. I'm all set. I reply to Reen that I'm ready whenever. And let's get started. We'll have Saber enter an idle state, and you'll take this. Here. Obtained a black item folder. Reen hands me a small item folder. It's a cube, 5 inches all around. With its jet black exterior, it looks like a textbook cursed item. It's been decided, so please just roll with it. Rani, Sakura, are we ready? Yes, ready whenever. I have data from last time, so I can simplify the process. I'm ready as well. Miss Dai-chan, once you've dived in, hurry towards the center of your servant. In the center lies your servant's Spiritron core, locked away by the moon cell. Destroying it is your mission today. There will be a battle against my primal self, which I know nothing of. Is there any way to avoid that? It's probably not possible. To a mythical mystic code, the root, logic and instincts are a nuisance. I think battle is unavoidable. It's an origin that you have no knowledge of, so please think of it as a different person, or a phenomenon which shares only your looks. While Dai is undertaking the mission, you'll be able to do nothing but watch. It's still a highly dangerous mission, but you have no choice but to believe in us. Please entrust this to us. Okay. Yes, I've taken up time needlessly. I place my praetor in your hands, Rani. Saber entrusts her body to Rani. Oh my. Looks like, in my case, Sakura and Rin will be handling me. Oh my. They will extract my soul from my digital frame, convert it into an independent unit, and then send it into Saber's soul. We're going inside with our unit. Now, close your eyes. When the conversion starts, I think you'll feel a bit squished, but don't wiggle around too much. She's so hot. Extracting soul from the body and mind, beginning telepathy via the multicolored tranquility. Core contact, start. What of those? I think they're being stupid. So this is Saber's cyber frame. The ambiance is different, but the basic composition isn't so different from Sakura's. It's not like I'm looking... It's just numbers and chemistry shit and ocean. You blockhead, don't stare so much. This is the first time that I've invited you in, so be sure to start off shy and reserved. Take it all in. Well, that's what we're doing. Saber? Why can I hear Saber's voice? Naturally, this is my body. Being dormant, I can't move a single finger, but my mind is free. Rin also asked me to navigate you. It's a little awkward guiding you around my interior, but I'll show you the way. You focus on commanding in your battles. Oh, please, knowing you, it will be fine. Wait, are you all alone? Now that she mentions it, I look behind me. There's no one there. Saber, of course, won't be here, but I don't see the familiar Rin said she would send with me. What do? I can't fight all on my own. If the immune programs find me, they'll mercilessly disassemble me. It's okay. Wait, think about this. This is no time to be panicking. For now, there are no immune programs deployed in your area. This is Rin being clumsy. Decompressing that familiar must be taking some time. A doll will appear soon enough. For now, press on carefully. A little bit at a time. Slowly. Gently. I hate it when I get hurt or or when the mood isn't there. Well, you've heard the lady. Umu likes it nice and gentle. Surprising for the chick who wrestles a lion, but whatevs. Huh? A shock suddenly runs through the palm of my hand. I notice the cube Rin gave me is spinning extremely fast. Huh? This high-pitched chorus sounds familiar. Don't tell me. Oh. So, a question for you, Squirrely. You're in a fix, aren't you? A familiar voice echoes from the cube. I say. Yep. Yeah, I'm in a fix. I'm sure. It's just as Rin said. Goodness, you'll never make it without me, Squirrely. Now, another question. Don't you long for a cute, dependable, strong, and also cute idol servant? A familiar voice echoes from the cube once more. I say. Yes, I very much long for one. Right, you understand, good. You said it in an ordinary and dull way, but I appreciate hearing honesty now and again. You get 100 points. Now I'll even give you 120 points. Now, final question. If you get this wrong, I won't help you. So focus on your answer. The beautiful and talented super idol imprisoned in jet black darkness for her beauty. The Lancer with the most reappearances. Just who in the world could this unrivaled diva, Elizabeth Bathory, be? I think, who could this peerless diva, this Crimson Lancer, be? Is this how she was supposed to phrase that? I say... Still as whatting as ever? Dissing? I don't understand that. Did I hear you whisper disappointing or something? No, that can't be. Reen told me our friendship would flourish after you and I fight alongside each other. Okay, let me prep one more time. Yes, very well, Squirrely. I'll give you the encore your soul desires. The cube's rotation reaches its peak. The spiritrons produced within the box suddenly break the seal, and a solid entity appears. I ask of you, are you my manager? Just kidding, I really wanted to say that line. Sorry to keep you waiting, my cattle. The Blood Countess Elizabeth heeds you in your dire moment and now arrives. I have arrived. Applaud now. Don't hold back because you've practically got an arena seat. She points right at me, and I unconsciously clap. Right after, Lancer looks at me in triumph, her face screaming, "How was that?" Tai Otaku made a woeful mistake. Alright, then our contract is formed. I'm sure Reen told you this, but I'll state it clearly myself. I'm your escort, your special buddy, Elizabeth. Now roughly 20% of your soul belongs to me. You're spewing nonsense, Lancer. Praetor is 100% mine. I wouldn't let you borrow her even for a day. What's your angle anyway? Yeah, that's right. We fought against and beat Elizabeth 3 times. She was sealed away. How did she break the seal? And why is she lending me a hand? Look, I made a deal. A deal is all. I was told I had a chance to help you all out, so I hopped on board. You need a servant, don't you? Then I'll fight for you, even if it's just for a short while. I had nothing else to do anyway. I wanted to go wild one more time. I can't believe it. Elizabeth is going to fight as a servant for me? But, I know one needs to make sacrifices sometimes, but Elizabeth isn't the kind of servant you can let out like nothing. She talked about a deal. I guess the condition was that she would be unsealed if she cooperated? But we can't do that. So long as it's in her nature to seek blood, letting her loose will bring about new victims. You've got the wrong idea. The seal has nothing to do with anything. Once I'm done helping you, I'm getting sealed away again immediately. And I'm not getting time served. I've got a life sentence anyway. So what deal was made? I wonder what Elizabeth is getting in return for helping us. You don't need to understand, okay? There's no time for dawdling. Lead the way, dai-otaku. You're going to defeat BB, right? If you can't put down a lowly servant like me, you won't win against her. Chain Soldier? No, it doesn't look as good as I thought it was, unfortunately, from what I had first heard. It breaks my heart to do this, but I have no choice. I place my Praetor in your hands. But lay one finger on her, and things will get nasty later, and I'll be taking it out on Praetor. I wasn't expecting to see a time where I would pair up with Elizabeth. Deep down, I can't trust her, but her raw strength can be relied on. For now, I'll thank her for helping and cautiously see how things pan out. Blech. How does it look? I don't know. I guess I'm not as interested in the character designs as I thought I would. I remembered something sexier, but... I don't like the uniforms the characters wear. It's all military kind of stuff. Yeah, I'll give you directions while I still can't tell anything about the enemy's skills. But nonetheless, I will pull up my handy... This is crazy. It's been like 3 hours and we just had our first fight. Isn't that nuts? Video games are weird that way. Visual novels mainly. There we go. A telomere. What a strange monster name. And 3 break, 4 guard. Okay, so ABB, GGS. Let's try that. Whoops. A, B, B, G, G, S. Let's see what happens. Nope, we're wrong. Well, at least you got 3 of them right. Oh, and you're dead. Well, that was easy. Yeah, you're probably right about the cell theme. I mean, we are in a body of sorts. Were telomeres in cells at work by chance? Okay, the last 2 are breaks. Boom, 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 boom. BGB, GBB. Let's try that. BGB, GBB. BGB, GBB. Please! No! At least I'm leveling up. She might not be, but I am. We're inside Saber, or Nero. Master. Guard guard, huh? Well, that helps. What starts with guard guard? GGB, GBB. GGB, GBB. Please work. Nice. Good job. We have to get inside her core and pull out a special item. It's kind of weird. That area is structurally tender, so don't run or walk back and forth. What does my pose have anything to do with it? Well, it's all plot stuff, yeah. Dragon steak, huh? Oh, well, that's because it's you. Okay. She said that this area is sensitive. We will heed her warning. And then go back to running. Alright, vexation. Guard, 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 3, 4, 5. Well, I definitely don't have that in my pattern. Well, I'm gonna guard. Wait. Guard, guard. Or break, break, break. Guard. Dancing walking stick meme. I'm afraid I don't know that one. We don't need to break her, no, but we're like drawing out like some special power of hers by reaching her spirit origins root. Okay, 2 break, 5 guard, 6 attack. Nope, don't got that either. But I do know they use skills at the start and end of practically everything. God, good luck trying to pronounce any of these. Holy crap. Damn you. You like the military girls? Well, good for you then. Then it might be the show for you. What now? Let's take a little break. These enemies are annoying and the scenery is monotonous. This is no fun at all. I'm more tired than I thought I'd be. I never did like manual labor, though. I can't believe we have to explore a place like this. What a disaster for us, Squirrely. So sorry we inconvenience you, Lancer. How about you care a little more and keep walking, you lout? Compared to how my considerate Praetor walks, you stomp about without a care. You have no grace, and I can't stand it. Be thankful I can't skewer you with my lance. I'm actually refraining from using my lance as a walking stick to rest on. She may be speaking rudely, but it's true that Lancer is tired. Since our contract is just a temporary one, I can't completely read into her status. Still, she may not be faring so well. I increasingly find myself unable to read into Lancer's motives. She doesn't like manual labor, so why take on a hard work task like this? Personal feelings. Also, well, Reen and Ronnie asked me to. Thinking about it now, pairing up with those two, especially Reen, who showed me respect, was fun. Actually, Reen and Ronnie were the only ones who pampered me. Oh, is that so? Well, an army tomboy can be great. I'm just talking about the uniform is kind of lame. Thinking back, the other people who worked with her were BB, Shinji, and Meltrolis. Damn, I may be feeling a bit of sympathy for Lancer. Well, I did betray my first master. I deserve what I got. Hey, can I ask you something? Why do you want to leave the far side of the moon? Now that BB has become the moon cell, the outside world is already done for. The old school building is the best and only safe area there is. Despite that, why are you trying to get out? Not just you, but Reen and Ronnie and Saber too. Lancer's voice was composed and serious, with none of her trademark high and mighty attitude. Her historical self may have been rational like this. Since she's being open with me, I can't answer half-heartedly. I can't, but I don't know precisely what to say. Saying for humanity's sake would sound nice, but I think that's not quite right. Long story short, it's for my own sake. Although, simply put, it just feels like being here is wrong. If there's an outside, then I want to head there is all. Sounds good. I wish you'd have told me the last time we fought. Lancer? Forget it. Come on, break time is over. Let's get a move on. I hate prisons, too. Now that you tell me that you don't like being trapped, I'll take this a bit more seriously. I'll be your Lance. You were doing fine enough, as far as I'm concerned. Which way should I go?
そこはイオの秘蔵のコレクション。大事な場所だ。触れるでない。
Wait, where is your prized collection?
さては恥ずかしい何かね。
Oh, well, this looks like a prized collection. Jesus. Now I want to find out. Assuming this guy doesn't curb stomp me.
オープニング飛ばしていくわ。
Quiet house, quiet was, quiet was. Okay, there's a lot of data on him. So what am I dealing with here? We got 2 guard, 4 attack. Aga aga. Let's try that. Gotcha. Eat shit and die. Oh, almost. Everything for that last bit. Lame-o. Alright. Starts with attack and ends with break. That could be anything. ABB, GGB. Damn. Damn it. Damn it! That was a pain in the ass. What, you're number 10 to 6 in waifu? I'm not good at making those top lists, honestly. Okay, 3 attack, 4 break. Wow. Nothing that I have is... Damn, yeah. It's crazy. I have this huge list of possible things, but none of them are correct. Can't do much more than be defensive, then. I literally have nothing to go on. Give me more. Alright, break 1, 5 attack. Break 1 with a 5 attack. BGB Bob. BGB Bob. BGB B-A-B. Nice. Alright, let's see what these treasures of yours are. Elixir. Thoughtful Mystic Code. Is it an outfit? Or is it an actual Mystic Code I can use? Oh, here we go. Increases Master's MP by 200. Well, that's nice. That's really nice, in fact. I would have to sacrifice a skill to do it, though. Get away my ability to use Servant Defense. But that is an awful lot of MP. We'll have to see. Okay, guarding on 2 and 5. Okay. Aga is what I'm gonna guess. Hopefully that works. Ah, fuck you. We're just gonna break each other back and forth. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty much all we're gonna do. God damn it. That was really annoying. Now I assume Elizabeth can do her NP anytime. Alright. So if it starts on attack and ends on a break. Agab. Let's try that. Damn you! At least you got an extra hit in.
Bye-bye!
Yeah, I see. I do see your list. Magic Crystal Sphere, not sure what that is. And a Pure Ether. That was a fun little detour. And another one of yous guys. Alright, the M phobia, so 3 break, 5 break. Okay. SBBBG. Oh, that one's way weaker than the other one guarding the door. Hell yeah. And this phobia. Okay, that could be anything. Sob. Let's hope to God it's Sob. in case it's not. Gotcha. Oh, almost. Well, it worked. Okay, attack, attack. I'm gonna assume it's another sob. I'll take it. All right, buddy. Fortissimo. Break guard break. Let's hope to God you do the same thing twice. Oh, my gamble worked out. Not bad at all. Alright, guard and then breaks on 4 and 5. Okay. No clue then. Damn. Afraid of that? Okay, they like to use brakes a lot. Okay, this first is guard and the last is attack. Again, not on my pattern list. Ever seen her in Azure Lane? Not off the top of my head. Well, yeah, fortissimo is used mostly in musical terms. It's a poor turtle. The air grows tense. Beyond here is where the primordial, bereft of all flesh and ornament, is. The place where Saber was birthed within this universe, and the place where Saber will ultimately end up. That is to say, Zero. We're literally tracing her back to her origin from the root, which is nuts. Yeah. I heard Saber's voice so clearly before, but now it's going in and out. The closer I get to this place, the less the present Saber is able to interfere, I guess. Oh. That's not you, is it? So hard to find the part 2 of Apocrypha's Blu-ray? Really? That's weird. It must have been limited print or something. It's not hard when you commit to buying it, like, when it first pre-orders, but it's not easy for having a lot of money right up front for that. You're right, it's very different. The omnipresent pulsations are louder here. That there is Saber's primordial form, unknown to even her. Oh. Goofy glowing eyes.
どれだけ醜い姿かって期待していたらそれなりのドレスじゃない。怪物みたいな私とは違う正しい英霊の姿。さすがはあなたのサーバントというとこかしらね。
Lancers, Elizabeth's lips curl into a smile. Her smile was a mixture of excitement in the face of a powerful foe, along with the sorrow of being flaunted with an unattainable light. It does look like a Heartless, doesn't it? Dun 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 dun. It's still like the best music.
BB と同質の原理を獲得できる。それがサーバントにどれだけの負荷をかけるか。私には関係のない話よ。大事なのはこれが私にしかできない。私なりのプライドの生産ってこと。あなたたちの力に。
I believe it's called Night of Fate, ironically. It's just like the main battle theme of the first game, really, when you first fight them in... Not the Hollow Bastion, the Trevor's Town. Or was it Twilight Town? I can't remember which one is which. I think Traverse Town was the first place you go in one.
欲しくてたまらなかった。許されるはずもない。もし私が正常だったのなら、恥知らずで間違いな願い事。
What, are you playing your game on the other screen? Well, Aniplex did actually go ahead and put out their own official one, but you're talking like a German release, I'm assuming. A fiery spirit now dwells thoroughly within Lancer, the likes of which I've never seen in her before. However, it's impossible for one who lived a life of evil to go and live a life of good. Because the moment they reform to a life of good, they become fully aware of their misdeeds and are left ignited by their own sins. That is the greatest punishment given for a life of evil. She was allowed to be evil. The moment she deviates from that path, her pride will become a self-engulfing conflagration. Nevertheless...
ま、燃え尽きるのはお互い様。それこそ解散ライブにふさわしいわ。アイドルごっこはこれでおしまい。正真正銘。これがラストナンバーよ。柄じゃないけど。 生まれて初めて他人のために歌うとしましょう。
I think I heard her say Gokko, which I think means like play, kind of. Because Onigoko is tag, and it's like demon play or demon run or something. I don't remember. I need to do more research before I say anything definitive on that. Well, I remember it being about something like $150 or whatever a piece, for sure. That's how Aniplex priced that shit. Taking up her brutal lance, the Crimson Diva dashes out, engaging her as an umbral servant. This is the one moment where good and evil swap sides. And so, for this girl who was transformed into the dragon's daughter, her final battle begins! Nice panties. Back in the days when they didn't put black voids under this shit. Yeah, that's interesting, because Aniplex of America eventually does all the Fate stuff. It just takes a little while. Okay, what the hell are we going to do? Okay, so 0 Model S. What am I looking at here? 2 attack, 3 break, 5 guard. 2 attack, 3 break, 5 guard. Okay. Sab Buggers. Sab Buggers. Buggers. Sab. Let's hope to God that works. She sure got a lot of health. Damn. Yeah, those were striped panties, yes. You sure know your panties. Alright, 3 attack, 4 break, 6 break. Okay. SGA, BAB. S. Wait, whoops. BAB, correct. It was a goofy voice. It was a goofy voice.
まだ余裕あるわよ。気を楽にしてね。
Zero model. So break attack guard at the last ones. Break attack guard. That's ab bag. Ab bag. Hope to God that works. Nope, it's not the same. But I did get 3 in a row, which is not bad. Nice. That was a good round for me.
まだ余裕あるわよ。
Okay, skill and then break and attack. Sab Abba. Alright, let's hope that works. Sab Abba. Ababa. Okay.
会場は熱いわ。奥の手を出してあげる。
If you're going to do a skill, then you're going to do your Noble Phantasm. So skill and break in 4, that's all we got. Damn, that's not much. Babab. 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 Get him.
これが私の鮮血魔女よ。
I like how they have like a machine gun sound. Wow, that worked out really well for me. Holy moly. Okay, I'm gonna raise your defense again, because apparently it didn't do it by much. Okay, so Garden 2-4. Garden 2-4. Guard 2-4. 2 guard, 4 guard, 5 break. 2 guard. 4 guard, 5 break. Shit, I don't know any of those patterns. Breaking and back and forth with each other. Nice, I got 3 in a row. Not bad at all. So far, this is easier than fighting Elizabeth herself. Okay, so guard and attack, 2 and 3. Guard and attack, 2 and 3. So SGA, BGA, SGA, BGA, SGA, B, G, A, and hope to God that works. I already knew you were going to use a skill at the start of every turn. You crazy bitch. Ooh. Whoa, what's that? Oh. Oh shit, she just fucking put guts on, basically. That is not good for me. Alright, so skill and then guard break. SGA, BGB, SGA, BGB, SGA, BGB. Please work. Well, like I said, she just put guts on. I don't know how much it's going to revive her for. Damn. Well, how much is that going to res you by? A lot, in fact. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. 2 guard, 6 guard. 2 guard, 6 guard. I don't have that. Damn it. Well, if she's going to guard that turn, I can look at her. Does she have any buffs? Succeed against all attacks for 3 acts? Huh. That's a crazy skill. Increases offensive pattern using guard. Restores HP at the end of the turn. Inflicts physical damage on enemy and restores HP. Not bad. Inflicts physical damage on an enemy. Paralysis on an enemy. And stun against guard. Alright, well that's a great time to use this. Because I don't know what those are. If I'm going to succeed in all 3 of them, then I'll just go break my way to the end. See how that works. Damn. Just bashed the shit out of her there. Okay, so guard in 3-5 and 6 attack. Guard in 3. I don't have any guards in 3. Shit. Garden of Sinners for 800. I don't remember how much. I think I had to pay 400 for it back in the day. Damn, look at you, girl! Her skills are really nice. Wow. Wow. Not bad. Not bad at all. The battle concludes. Saber's unsealing was reminiscent of a flower, scattering away in silence. It might? I don't know. I don't remember there being other outfits for her beyond what I've already gotten. Yeah, and it looks horrible. I meet Lancer's sarcasm with a bit of my own. Without looking back at me, Lancer smiles with satisfaction, saying, Make sure it's a water bath, Elizabeth. Thank you. God, thanks. Lancer's body starts to fade away. I couldn't bring myself to ask Lancer what would become of her, because I know she takes the utmost pride in her refusal of any and all sympathy. Play idol. Aidoru gokko wa. Nero has pretty much got Venus covered too, you know. You've seen her outfit, right? Crunchyroll is selling it for $248. I think they had made it a little bit cheaper over the years. I think I had to pay like $250 a box for each of the for Unlimited Blade Works and Zero for that matter. So between those two shows, it was like a freaking $1,000. If I recall, that's exactly what it was. They did finally make it a little more affordable. I'm thinking, and this might be a completely stupid thought, that we can beat the game in my next stream of it, whenever that is going to be. Lancer disappears, never looking back once. I saw a portion of her face, which was not filled with satisfaction. It was filled with regret and straining to hold back tears. I'm losing sensation across my entire body. Saber's seal has been broken. I have no more reason to be here. My body drifts, my mind dims, and the labyrinth grows more distant. She's going back to be sealed away again. She was only let out for Temporarily. Hey, Brian. And so my final quest ends. Through Lancer's help, our one-time enemy, we gained a way to contest BB.
脳波覚醒状態に移行しました。脈拍、心拍、血圧、呼吸、精神。
Now, I'm specifically referring to Blu-ray, because DVD was always substantially cheaper, but DVD is a terrible storage medium.
気がつきましたか？
I hear Sakura and immediately look up. I find myself back in the student council room.
サーバント、休眠状態を解除し。
I've been doing very well. Has it been that long since you tuned in?
作戦は無事成功です。
This year's been off to an interesting start. MPS, PSN.
一時はどうなることかと思ったが、危なげなく大事を成したようだ。見事だったぞ、奏者や。まあ、本音を言えばもう少し。
Now you want me to stay there longer?
呼吸の時だ。今も我慢しなくてはな。神話霊装の封印は解けたのね。中の様子を把握できたのはセイバーだけだから、どんなものか知らないけど。セイバーの電脳体中心に今までになかったブラックボックスを。
The main things plaguing DVDs is one, their inability to truly support 16 by 9, and their inability to support progressive frames, because it's all interlaced.
これが神話霊装でしょう。あとはセイバーの意志次第で量子改定を向上させることができるはずです。
Well, thank you. Okay, so you're using translation tools. Sorry, that makes things more interesting now that I know that.
いえ、ここで使うのはダメです。種別が違いすぎるので、急行車のシステムがダウンしかねません。それに、
What do you normally speak?
使用には注意してください。通常のサーバントのフレームでは神話霊装の出力に耐えきれないと思います。使用は一度きりと制限してください。安心するがよ。そう気軽に衣替えはしないぞ。じゃあ条件成立ね。 BB への対抗策は手に入れた。これで文句はないでしょ、さくら。はい。低い数値ですが、皆さんには BB を消去できる可能性が発生しました。私の壁、桜迷宮の核に到着次第、最後の壁を撤去します。
It's time. I take a deep breath to calm my mind. Now there are no more walls in our way, no more impassable obstacles to impede us. All that's left to do is to head to the central region with Saber, and this will all be over.
ちょっと待って。その前にたっぷり休憩を取りましょう。それぐらいの余裕はあるでしょ、何、さくら。ええ、もちろんです。ミス遠坂の提案は勉強になります。そうですね。皆さん疲労値が溜まっていますし、体感時間で一晩ほど休みましょう。
Jean's pretty good, though I like Mordred more, obviously.
今夜は特別に外のロケーションも変えてみます。うまく夜を表現できればいいんですけど。はい、そういうわけで一時解散ね。各自やり残したことがあるならちゃっちゃと片付けておくこと。それと私たちのやろうとしていることはこの旧校舎の消滅でもあるわ。 NPC たちにも反対意見はあるでしょう。私はそれを無視して進める。横暴なのは自覚済みよ。でもあなたはそういう人じゃないから、
Interesting. Okay. Well, welcome to the stream. I think we're on the latter end of it right now. I'm going to wrap up before we go into BB. Mission clear! What? What do you want? Supplies for tomorrow? I didn't say anything like that. Fine. Oh, fine. Give me an elixir. I like Jolter through her interactions with Salter. Return to my room. Okay. Well, we'll do that later. I don't think I have any item for Taiga, though. I might have to look up where to do that girl's secret. Alrighty, well, with that, I think we're good for now. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you enjoyed, definitely subscribe for more anime goodness. And until next time, celebrate your fandom.